Good morning, everyone. The budget hearing of the Committee on Appropriations for the budget of the Department of Tourism will now come to order. Malakas, ano? Ang pagising sa lahat. Now, okay. Distinguished colleagues, honorable members of the committee, Secretary, the Honorable Secretary Maria Esperanza Cristina Garcia Frasco of the Department of Tourism, and our esteemed guest. First of all, I'm just sitting in for our chairman. I'm just a temporary. So our chairperson is Mika Swansing, and so she has just designated me, and I'm honored to give these opening remarks. Today, the Committee on Appropriations will consider the proposed 3.72 billion budget for the Department of Tourism and its attached agencies and corporations for fiscal year 2026. This allocation is designed to fuel the sector's recovery, expand its global reach, and translate tourism gains into more jobs, stronger communities, and protected cultural heritage. Over the past year, the tourism sector has demonstrated remarkable resilience and progress. In 2024, the Philippines welcomed approximately 5.95 million international visitors, a 9.15 increase over 2023, while combined tourism receipts soared to a record 700 billion inbound visitor receipts and 3.86 trillion, repeat, trillion receipts, domestic receipts, exceeding the 2019 levels by nearly 103%. These figures underscore that recovery is not just occurring, it is achieving new highs. In the fiscal year 2026 budget message, the administration outlined a clear strategic direction, allocating 500 million for a national tourism branding campaign, 527 million for market and product development, 127 million for Philippine Experience Program, 81 million for film tourism, and 75 million to promote Philippine cuisine. These initiatives are designed to elevate our country's image, diversify our tourism offerings, and deepen visitor engagement. As we review this proposal, the committee expects to see measurable outcomes, including increased tourist arrivals, enhanced domestic tourism, job creation, and a higher economic contribution. With that, may I now introduce the vice chairs of this hearing, who will be the lead sponsor, is no less than Vice Chair Marie Bernadette Escudero. Takpak tayo. And the Vice Chairperson, together with our co-lead sponsor, is Vice Chairperson Chair Christopher Coco Iap. Lakpak na naman. So now, we therefore now call on our Committee Secretary, Leo, to acknowledge the resource persons and members of this committee and members of the House of Representatives. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May we acknowledge our guests from the DOT, Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco. Good morning, ma'am. Undersecretary Shalimar Hopper Tamano. Undersecretary Verna Esmeralda Buensoseco. Wensoques. Undersecretary Maria Rica Bueno. Undersecretary Ferdinand Humapao. Undersecretary Mayra Paz Balderosa Abubakar. OIC Undersecretary Milagros Say. Assistant Secretary Ronald Conopio. Assistant Secretary Jodeline Cuachon. Assistant Secretary Zarina Zara Loyola. Assistant Secretary Christine Joy Cari.
I don't see the raising of hands or acknowledgement. Can we repeat the last one? And let us have, we would like to see your beautiful faces and handsome faces. So what's the last one? I didn't see here.
Assistant Secretary Christine Joy
Yeah,
Cari.
please raise your hand. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Assistant Secretary Charlene Zabala Batin. OIC Assistant Secretary Attorney John Benedict Tigson. And from the Intramuros Administration, the Administrator, Attorney Joanne Padilla. From the National Parks Development Committee, Deputy Executive Director Jezreel Gayos Apilar. From the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving, Executive Director Marco Angelo Ancheta. From the Tourism Promotions Board, Chief Operating Officer Maria Margarita Montemayor Nograles. From the Tourism Infrastructure Enterprise Zone Authority, CIEZA, Dr. Mark L. Lapid, Chief Operating Officer. From the Duty Free Philippines Corporation, Chief Operating Officer Patrick Joel Cinco. From the Nayong Filipino Foundation, Executive Director Mary Grace Akak. And from the Philippine Retirement Authority, General Manager and CEO Roberto Sosobrado. May we also acknowledge the following members. Deputy Majority Leader Bong Tebes, and also Vice Chair of the Committee on Appropriations. Deputy Majority Leader Jan Baronda, also Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations. Deputy Minority Leader Percy Sardanya. Vice Chairperson Bernadette Escudero. Vice Chair Coco Yap. Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez.
Present.
Vice Chair Monique Lagdameo. Vice Chair Lalo Matugas. Vice Chair Dale Corvera. Vice Chair Jerry Boy Espina. Vice Chair Roger Mercado. Vice Chair Brian Poe. And members, Representative Elijah San Fernando, Representative Rene Cu, Representative Eliandro Madrona, Representative Duke Frasco, Representative Catherine Goriseta, Representative Banban Aumentado, Representative Nathaniel Aducado, Representative Sun Huday Shimura, and Representative Solomon Shungalao. And also we have Vice Chair Agustina Pancho and Representative Salvador Plato. And also may we acknowledge our guest from the CSO, the Philippine Association of Agriculturists Incorporated, Mr. Christian Hilario. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Comsec Leo. I now turn over the gavel to our presiding officer for this hearing, the Honorable Congresswoman Bernadette Escudero. Thank you.
Thank you, Kong Rufus. Tourism Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco, the hardworking family of the Department of Tourism, our Appropriations Chairperson, Honorable Mika Swansing, and my esteemed colleagues, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
It is both a privilege and an honor to preside over today's budget briefing. of the Department of Tourism, our task this morning is not only to listen and be enlightened on how the department has utilized its funds and achieved its accomplishments, but also to examine the same so we may ensure that every peso allocated truly redounds to the benefit of our people. Tourism is a cause very close to my heart. In Sorsogon, our local governments work tirelessly to welcome visitors and share the beauty of our province. We make use of digital platforms to showcase our destinations, and I have personally joined this effort by creating vlogs that highlight the places and stories that make our home truly special. I have seen firsthand how tourism can transform lives, how a simple homestay, a small food stall, or a guided tour can provide livelihood for families. Every beach we preserve, every cultural tradition we keep alive is not just about attracting visitors, it is about honoring who we are and ensuring that our people benefit from the blessings of our land. This, for me, is what makes Philippine tourism so meaningful. I look forward to a constructive discussion today. May our deliberations highlight both areas for improvement and opportunities for collaboration so that the Department of Tourism continues to be a catalyst for jobs, investment, and pride in our Filipino identity. Thank you very much. Without further ado, Madam Secretary, you may now proceed with your presentation.
The Honorable Chairperson on the Committee on Appropriations, Congresswoman Micaela Swansing, ably represented by Vice Chairperson Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. Our esteemed sponsors of the budget of the Department of Tourism, Congresswoman Det Escudero and Congressman Coco Yap, Vice Chairpersons of the Committee on Appropriations, members of the House of Representatives, members of the Department of Tourism family, my fellow Filipinos, mayong buntag kaninyong tanan. Tourism's vital role as an engine of our nation's growth story finds its grounding in the 1987 Philippine Constitution, which mandates the state to ensure the preservation and promotion of our culture and heritage, and thereby directs the government to invest resources in ensuring that the benefits of tourism are far-reaching and equitable. Having come from the front lines of local governance serving as mayor in Cebu, my background and my training has always been from work in the grassroots. Ultimately, this has guided the manner by which we have governed the industry. For we recognize that while tourism is lodged with massive expectations, the truth of the matter is that there are so very many components and investments that are required for the full potential of tourism to truly be unlocked. Recognizing the necessity of ensuring a developmental approach towards harnessing the potential of tourism for the Philippines, we have ensured that we use every peso that has been invested in tourism in as creative, as innovative, and as equitable a manner as we can. Our mandate is guided by the Tourism Act of 2009, which provides the role of the Department of Tourism to ensure the development of our destinations while protecting and promoting our culture and heritage, ensuring that we create employment and economic opportunities for our people. Our mandate is further enriched by the role of our attached agencies, ranging from the Tourism Promotions Board to the Tourism Infrastructure Enterprise Zone Authority to the Intramuros Administration, the PCSSD, as well as Duty Free Philippines, Nayong Pilipino, National Parks, and of course the Philippine Retirement Authority. All of these agencies play a specific role to service the intention of ensuring that tourism is felt in our communities and provides economic gains for national development. In 2024, Philippine tourism generated no less than 3.86 trillion pesos in internal tourism expenditure, accounting for 8.9% of our GDP. We emphasized this at the beginning of this budget deliberation, if only to ensure that the full picture of tourism's performance is appreciated. We deeply respect the House of Representatives' power of the purse, and we present our budget today with the sincere hope that the tourism industry will receive the funding that it needs in order for us to make sure that the plans set out in the National Tourism Development Plan, as well as the vastly competitive market that we face, can be one that we can address and surmount. The contributions of tourism to our economic performance in the country would indicate that we have now recovered at a rate of 103% from pre-pandemic numbers as far as visitor receipts are concerned. Domestic tourism arrivals remains our anchor of resilience. In 2024, Filipinos made no less than 134 million trips across the country, spending over 3.16 trillion powering our local destinations. This also exceeded our pre-pandemic record of 2019, both in trips and in expenditures. These figures underscore the enduring love of Filipinos for their own country and their vital role in sustaining our local destinations. Our robust domestic tourism market has also shielded the Philippines from external shocks and global uncertainties. The Philippines now leads Southeast Asia in terms of domestic tourism expenditure, accounting for over 1/3 of the region's total. In 2024, domestic tourism was valued at no less than $63.4 billion and is projected to reach no less than $70 billion in 2025. This achievement reflects the scale, diversity, and vibrancy of our tourism economy, underscoring the potential of domestic tourism as a foundation for global competitiveness. On the other hand, international arrivals have shown a remarkable upward trajectory over the past few years. We started at rock bottom, from just 163,000 plus arrivals in 2021. These numbers have surged by 1,519% in 2022, followed by another 105% increase in 2023, and a further increase of 9% in 2024, reaching nearly 6 million arrivals. This steady climb demonstrates the strong recovery of global confidence in the Philippines. It also confirms that our strategies to have a deeper and more engaging experience in the Philippines are bearing fruit, steadily positioning the country in the realm of tourism nations. These gains not only represent statistics, but most importantly, jobs, livelihood, a better life for our fellow Filipinos. Most importantly, tourism is fundamentally about people. And our sector employed no less than 6.75 million Filipinos directly, or about 13.8% of our total workforce in 2024. When we include indirect employment or the induced opportunities derived from tourism, tourism has reached and helped the lives of over 16.5 million Filipinos. Each of these jobs represents a family who can breathe a little easier, deriving income from this sector, which is in much need of investment. Our path forward has been guided by the National Tourism Development Plan approved by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. In crafting the National Tourism Development Plan, we made the effort to conduct a due diligence locally and globally in order to assess the needs of our tourism stakeholders, the lack in terms of infrastructure, accessibility, and connectivity, and the projected demand for the Philippines in time to come. Hence, our strategies are guided by the concepts of connectivity, convenience, and equality. And you can see from the slide that considering the findings of the World Economic Forum in 2021, that the Philippines ranks only at number 75 out of 117 economies in terms of tourism infrastructure. Infrastructure in tourism ranks number 1 in our priorities under the National Tourism Development Plan. To improve connectivity and convenience, we have established 12 tourist rest areas across the Philippines, which provide clean and decent restrooms for our travelers, as well as a pasalubong center to help our small and medium enterprises sell their local goods, a charging station providing convenient amenities for tourists, as well as PWD child-friendly facilities for travelers. The Tourist Rest Area program was born out of a survey conducted among tourists flying the country, which found that their number 1 concern was the lack of clean restrooms. So we did not waste any time and began to address this need. Building on the momentum of the very high demand for tourist rest areas across our local destinations and the very positive reception by our LGUs, we are now on the road to build 100 tourist rest areas across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, strategically located to serve both high-volume destinations and as investments in potential and emerging destinations. This expansion will ensure that every region benefits from tourism infrastructure development. Connectivity, of course, is equally vital. And therefore, we have partnered with the Department of Public Works and Highways in advocating for more investment in tourism roads. Having been a mayor myself, I recognize the necessity of having roads leading to tourism destinations, without which we simply cannot expect tourists to go and discover the wonders of our destinations without such convenient infrastructure. With that, this has resulted in the construction, expansion, and rehabilitation of over 882 kilometers of tourism roads since the beginning of the Marcos administration. I must note, however, that for 2026, there is zero funding for new tourism roads under the budget of the DPWH, and while there is funding for continuing roads, this has significantly decreased. We are also introducing innovative transport solutions to elevate the quality of Philippine tourism to global standards. Hence, we have launched the Philippines' very first hop-on, hop-off bus tours in destinations across Metro Manila. These offer curated routes and easy mobility for our tourists while giving visitors more reasons to explore our capital. In today's digital age, travel must be smart and seamless, and that is why, working with the Tourism Promotions Board, we have enhanced the Travel Philippines mobile application, whereby the convenience of your fingertips, you can learn about all the regions of the Philippines, the experiences that you can have, and have access to vital information on the accredited tourism enterprises and stakeholders of the country. We understand that when tourists go around the country, they would wish to have a sense of safety, comfort, and security. That is why, for the very first time, our country now has a tourist assistance call center, a number that our tourists can call should they require any information or assistance. And we have now received over 18,000 calls to this professionally run call center, which also has professionally trained Mandarin and Korean speaking agents. Central to our efforts to elevate the quality of Philippine tourism is human capital development, which is why we have heavily invested in training our tourism workers to elevate their service to a global standard while remaining authentically Filipino. With that, from a baseline of only 16,000 tourism workers trained when we came in 2022, we have now managed to train over 330,000 tourism workers in the Filipino brand of service excellence. These ensure that every touch point of our visitors across our destinations is positive and positively Filipino. In addition to this, we have also ensured to promote culture and creativity, as is our mandate under the Constitution. We have completed 12 Philippine experience caravans across 32 provinces, 31 cities, and 51 municipalities, which provides opportunities for our tourism stakeholders, members of the diplomatic corps, as well as our partners in the tourism industry to get to know and to be introduced to the strengths of both well-known and emerging destinations, not just from the strength of their natural heritage, but importantly from their local identity, their traditions, their festivals, their foods, those elements that would make the experience to the destination unique, ensuring higher spending and repeat visits. The result of these experience caravans has been that our national tourism organizations have had business-to-business meetings with local stakeholders, creating local packages that are now being sold via the online travel platform Klook and are also being sold by our traditional travel agencies and tour operators. In addition to this, we have heavily invested in tourism infrastructure, making sure to crowdsource ideas from our local government units. Hence, the Tourism Champions Challenge was born, where we solicited proposals from LGUs across the country for sustainable, inclusive, and resilient tourism infrastructure. This resulted in the grant of around 255 million in investment from TIEZA, and these projects are now in various stages of construction and procurement, from as far north as Nueva Vizcaya to as far south as Isabela City in Basilan. To proceed, we recognize that halal and Muslim-friendly tourism is one of the fastest growing and highest valued segments of tourism in the world. Therefore, we have made strides towards ensuring the elevation of the Philippines as a halal and Muslim-friendly destination. With that, we have managed to increase our ranking from 12th to 8th, according to the Global Muslim Tourism Index, which has recognized the Philippines as a rising Muslim-friendly destination. We have inked memoranda of agreement with various operators of tourism accommodations and resorts to convert their facilities to become Muslim-friendly, even as we have partnered with both the DTI as well as the private sector to increase the number of halal-friendly offerings in our nation. Food is part and parcel of our culture, and for far too long, Filipino food has been underrated around the world. That is changing. Under the National Tourism Development Plan, gastronomy tourism has been identified as a central pillar of our tourism strategy in order to provide opportunities for our regional destinations to put forth to the global consciousness the diversity and deliciousness of Filipino food. With that, we have mounted various programs to bring the global spotlight on Filipino food, such as the United Nations Tourism Gastronomy Forum, which was held in Cebu. The Terra Madre Asia Pacific will be held in Bacolod in November. And as I am sure you have already heard, the Michelin Guide, the world's most prestigious gastronomy tourism guide, has since announced its arrival in the Philippines. In addition to this, we have already rolled out our Philippine Gastronomy Tourism Roadmap, as well as our Palenque Tours to guide LGUs on how to harness the strengths of their community markets. Dive, of course, continues to be one of the country's strongest tourism products, with the Philippines ranking as the world's best dive destination for the 6th year in a row. And therefore, we have launched the Philippine Dive Experience. We have invested in hyperbaric chambers across our dive destinations to address diver safety. And we have also ensured the sustainability of these dive destinations through partnerships with the private sector and our presence in various dive expos around the world. The Philippines is steadily carving its place in the global map of sports and golf tourism. Through this, we have launched the Philippine Golf Experience, where we gathered international and local golfers to showcase our over 100 world-class and competitive courses around the country, as well as unique hospitality. We have threaded this not just with a leisure experience of golf, but also with cultural and gastronomic experiences as well. From golf, we have also supported various other sports tourism initiatives such as surf, basketball, volleyball, ensuring that sports creates legacies of inspiration, wellness, and community pride. The Philippine cinematic landscapes have long inspired global producers, and we are building on this strength by offering fiscal incentives and positioning the Philippines as a premier film tourism destination. We have engaged Hollywood to Bollywood by meeting with various producers as well as potential investors in film tourism in the country. The Philippines wishes to reclaim its position as a premier MICE destination, and that is why we have also made efforts together with the Tourism Promotions Board to host high-level global events to bring together business leaders, professionals, and innovators from around the world. The diversification of our tourism portfolio is producing measurable economic returns. In 2023, dive and marine sports generated over 182 million, education and volunteerism over 54 million, health and wellness nearly 500 million, and cruise tourism nearly 90 million. By 2024, these gains expanded further. These results prove that broadening our product base strengthens our resilience as well as opens new markets. Tourism today is driven by experiences rather than destinations alone, which is why we emphasize offerings like English as a second language, cruise, heritage, wellness, enriching our portfolio while broadening our global appeal. These experiences go beyond sightseeing. They're opportunities for meaningful connection with our destinations. Seeing the robust growth of domestic tourism, we have also invested heavily in the potential of our regional destinations, which is why, together with the regional offices, we have continued to mount tourism expos that bring together stakeholders both from the national, regional, and local front, such as the Central Philippines Tourism Expo, North Luzon Tour Expo, and the Mindanao Tourism Expo. The Department of Tourism has also made sure to engage our global counterparts in order to increase collaboration as well as yield tangible results. Most tangible of which is our recent partnership with India, which now has a reciprocal arrangement as far as visas are concerned, with the Philippines offering visa-free travel for Indian nationals coming to the Philippines, and India offering free e-visas for Filipinos going to their nation. We're also eager to welcome the very first Delhi to Manila flights in October. In addition to this, we have also partnered with other markets such as Korea and Japan, facilitating new routes for connectivity from these destinations. And we have collaborated with Thailand to promote a two-country, one-destination arrangement, sharing best practices in tourism. Under the leadership of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., the Philippines is showcasing its rich heritage and culture at Expo 2025 in Osaka. Our pavilion has been crafted with pride and purpose and is the centerpiece of Filipino artistry and creativity. As Commissioner General, the Department of Tourism has worked with the Tourism Promotions Board in ensuring that we present our country's best foot forward. The Philippine Pavilion is now one of the most well-loved and most visited pavilions in Osaka, generating over 800,000 guests in just a few months of existence. Tourism is, of course, a shared responsibility, and the private sector has been our indispensable partner. We have been relentless in inking various collaborations with airlines, hotels, digital platforms, financial institutions in order to expand tourism opportunities. By combining public policy with private sector innovation, we amplify results for the tourism sector. One of the directives of the President was to ensure that the small and medium enterprises that depend on the tourism industry are given sufficient government support, which is why we recently launched the Turismo Ascenso Loan Program together with the Department of Trade and Industry and SB Corp, offering low-interest loans to small and medium enterprises of up to 20 million pesos. In fact, yesterday, the President led the distribution of loan proceeds to tourism MSMEs under this program. We also seek to provide opportunities for our returning overseas Filipinos who wish to be integrated in the Philippine economy in the tourism sphere, which is why we partnered with the Department of Migrant Workers for the Balik Bayani sa Turismo program, providing both capital as well as trainings and skills for overseas Filipinos who wish to have gainful livelihood in the tourism sector. One of the most important collaborations that we have had is with the Department of Social Welfare and Development, where we have sought to humanize the work of the Department of Tourism by putting the welfare of our tourism workers front and center of our priorities. With that, we have made the Bayanihan sa Bukas na May Pag-asa sa Turismo program, where at the advent of calamities and disasters, government is there to provide financial assistance as well as training and livelihood assistance to tourism workers displaced because of these calamities. Yesterday, the President also led the distribution of financial assistance and training grants to displaced tourism workers in Aurora Province. Our tour guides are the storytellers of our nation, which is why we have made sure to take care of them. We have provided tour guides with kits with essential tools in order to ensure that they're able to maximize their work, as well as personal accident insurance to protect them in times of accidents. To strengthen tourism education, the Department of Tourism has also advocated for the transparent and fully accountable use of the travel taxes that accrue to the Commission on Higher Education, which is why we have signed a joint administrative order and its implementing rules to ensure that the mandate of the Tourism Act, the travel taxes must be used for tourism-related programs, is followed. Our efforts to strengthen the Philippines brand extends to international placements and branded content, from securing features in global media platforms to collaborations with international airlines. These initiatives ensure that the Philippines remains top of mind among travelers. As an archipelago of over 7,600 islands, air connectivity is the backbone of Philippine tourism, linking us to the world and connecting our islands to one another. And therefore, while it is not our chief mandate, we have aggressively ensured routes development in partnership with the DOTR. With this, new routes have been introduced linking the Philippines to international destinations such as San Francisco, Seattle, Vancouver, Paris, and we resumed and expanded connections across Asia, including Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Singapore, and Thailand. Domestically, new and expanded services are opening more gateways across our island destinations. These new, expanded, and resumed routes make the Philippines more accessible and spread tourism benefits across our regions. In order to make travel to the Philippines easier, we have rolled out critical reforms together with our fellow government agencies. These include visa-free entry for Indian nationals, visa-free entry for Taiwanese nationals, visa waivers for cruise passengers, and the introduction of a digital nomad visa for remote workers. Madam Chairperson, with your permission, we now shift the discussion to the fiscal matters under the budget of the Department of Tourism, and I yield the floor to OIC Undersecretary for Administration and Finance, Mira Sai, who will provide the corresponding programmatic breakdowns.
You have the floor, Undersecretary Sai.
With the permission of the chair, I am pleased to present the proposed budget for the Department of Tourism for fiscal year 2026. So, in pursuit of the department's vision of transforming the Philippines as a tourism powerhouse in Asia, the proposed new appropriation of the DOT and its attached agencies for the next year is at 3.718 billion, where the lion's share of 3.19 billion or 86% is allocated to the DOT OSEC. IA will have an allocation of 159 million for a share of 4%, NPDC with a share of 9% and PCSSD with 1% will have 320 million and 44.9 million respectively. Next slide, please. Flashed before you are the breakdown of the proposed budget by agency and allotment class, where notably, maintenance and other operating expenses constitutes 69% of the appropriation, followed by personal services at 23%. Capital outlay, on the other hand, is at 7% or about 247.6 million. This is due to the DOT OSEC's Information Strategic System Strategic Plan for next year, the vehicle requirements, and other capital outlay requirements for fiscal year 2026. The NEP for 2026 indicates a total decrease of negative 4.6% in budget appropriation as compared to our 2025 GAA. Next slide, please. The total proposed appropriation based on the NEP for DOT OSEC is at 3.193 billion, where the Market and Product Development Program will get the bulk of its budget, followed by the General Administration and Support. Moving on to our fiscal and financial performance for 2024, the DOT received 3.07 billion, of which 2.67 billion was obligated, translating to an 87% utilization rate. More importantly, these resources delivered concrete results across our major programs. Under tourism policy formulation and planning, targets were exceeded due to the increased development of national and local tourism plans and the higher demand for technical assistance, which were requested from both LGUs and non-LGUs. This included requests for site assessments, statistics training, and support in crafting local tourism development plans. For the tourism industry training program, the overachievement was largely driven by the implementation of the Filipino brand of service excellence, which required extensive nationwide training. Some programs were also co-organized with industry stakeholders further expanding the number of training activities conducted and participants reached. For standards development and enforcement, the increase in accredited enterprises was attributed to the intensive campaigns targeted toward accreditable establishments and tourism frontliners. High levels of compliance were also observed among accredited establishments, resulting in strong performance against targets. Finally, in market and product development, overperformance was driven by the conduct of more product development initiatives, trade development activities, and consumer activations than originally targeted. These efforts resulted in higher than expected accomplishments and expanded the DOT's reach in both local and international markets. For the next slide, as of June 30, 2025, the DOT OSEC obligated 1.32 billion out of its 2.48 billion allotment, or 53% BUR, which is the highest mid-year utilization in DOT's history, with an overall disbursement rate of 62%. The performance varies across major programs, reflecting the design and timing of activities. For the Program of Tourism Policy Formulation and Planning, the obligation rates stood at 29%, primarily due to the ongoing procurement of ICT investments under our ISSP, such as the Document Management System and Learning Management System, which are scheduled for completion within the year. The Tourism Industry Training Program posted a 48% obligation and a strong 77% disbursement rate, showing quick fund turnover in support of capacity building activities nationwide. The Standards Development and Enforcement Program likewise performed efficiently with a 59% obligation rate and an 82% disbursement rate, underscoring steady flows for accreditation and monitoring functions. The Market and Product Development Program, which carries the largest share of the budget, registered a 58% obligation and a 49% disbursement. This reflects the phased rollout of major promotional campaigns synchronized with domestic and international market schedules, with higher disbursements expected in the second half of the year. And finally, the locally funded projects recorded the highest obligation rate at 89%, with disbursements to follow as project milestones are completed. Overall, these figures indicated the natural pacing of procurement-intensive and market-driven activities. The department has adopted measures such as early procurement planning and tighter coordination with partners to ensure that by year-end, obligations and disbursements accelerate in line with the scheduled project completions. The next slide shows that the department's budget over the 5 years show how our resources have been adjusted along broader fiscal conditions. From 2.19 billion in 2020, allocations went down in 2021 and 2022, primarily due to the pandemic, reaching a low of 1.59 billion. By 2023, the budget slightly improved to 2.43 billion, largely because of the 1.27 billion branding allocation that allowed us to relaunch the Philippines in international markets after borders reopened. However, in 2024, appropriations dropped again to 1.98 billion, or 19% lower than the previous year, with branding support reduced to only 200 million. This limited the momentum of our international promotions, even as the department maximized every peso provided. At the program level, market and product development still carried the biggest share, though at much reduced levels by 2024. Meanwhile, the policy and planning program rose to 787 million, reflecting support for ICT requirement of the DOT, while training and standards remain modest but fully utilized to sustain capacity building and accreditation. Despite these challenges, the department has shown high absorptive capacity, ensuring that limited budgets are consistently translated into tangible accomplishments for the tourism sector. The next slide will show the DOT OSEC comparative obligation rate from fiscal year 2020 up to 2024. The obligation rates across programs is generally high from 2020 to 2024. In fact, by 2023 and 2024, most programs posted near perfect obligation rates, 99% in tourism industry training, 100% in standards development and enforcement, and 98% in market and product development. Locally funded projects also reached 100% in 2024, ensuring that resources provided were fully committed to priority initiatives. For the next slide, recognizing that effective budget utilization is crucial for ensuring efficient use of financial resources, the DOT have continued to work hard towards fully utilizing our budgets in order to achieve the objectives of our programs, activities, and projects. For DOT OSEC in particular, as of August 27, 2025, utilization has already reached 60%. This reflects the department's stronger absorptive capacity and sustained reforms in procurement and financial management. Building on our recent full-year performance in 2023 and 2024, we are confident that utilization for 2025 will remain on track to close strongly by year-end. With respect to the budget of the three attached agencies under GAA, the attached agencies are prepared to present the details should the members of this honorable committee require the same. So, moving forward, for the next slide, over the past several years of our DOT branding campaign budget, it has fluctuated significantly. From 2018 to 2019, the program maintained a stable allocation of 1 billion annually, providing strong support for tourism promotion initiatives and activations. However, beginning in 2020, the budget experienced substantial reductions, with appropriations decreasing to 803 million in 2020, 468 million in 2021, and further down to 309 million in 2022. In 2023, the campaign received renewed recognition with a sharp increase in allocation to 1.2 billion, of which the department achieved a 92% budget utilization rate. Underscoring the importance of revitalizing the Philippine tourism brand in the post-pandemic period. This momentum, however, was not sustained as the budget fell to 200 million in 2024. By 2025, the appropriation was further reduced to only 100 million, the lowest level in recent years. So the trend in the branding campaign budget from 2023 to 2025 illustrates a sharp and sustained decline in resource allocation. In fiscal year 2023, the program was supported with a robust appropriation of 1.271 billion, reflecting strong government commitment to reinvigorating the Philippine tourism brand following the pandemic. However, in fiscal year 2024, because of the drastic drop to only 200 million, which represented an 84% decrease, and the downward trajectory which continued into FY 2025 when the budget was further reduced by half to just 100 million. The significant contraction in funding over a 3-year period highlights the growing resource constraints facing tourism efforts. The steep decline not only limits the department's capacity to mount large-scale and sustained branding initiatives, but also poses challenges in competing with neighboring destinations that continue to heavily invest in their tourism marketing campaigns. The trend underscores the importance of ensuring consistent and adequate support for branding if the Philippines is to strengthen its visibility and competitiveness in the global market. So, for the next slide, the Philippines tourism budget for 2024, comparing it to our ASEAN neighbors, stood at US dollars 52.10 million, or about 2.99 billion pesos, significantly lower compared to its ASEAN neighbors. Singapore allocated the highest at US dollars 431.42 million, or about 24.75 billion, followed by Malaysia at US dollars 262.87 million, or 15.08 billion pesos. Indonesia at US dollars 234.36 million, and Thailand at US dollars 167.90 million. Likewise, Vietnam has a budget of US dollars 147.92 million, or about 8.48 billion. These figures show that our neighbors are investing 3 to 8 times more than the Philippines in tourism. This comparison underscores the disparity in resource allocation across ASEAN countries, highlighting the challenges faced by the Philippines in competing with regional destinations that consistently invest larger budgets in tourism promotion, product development, and global marketing. Despite these limitations, the DOT continues to deliver impactful programs and initiatives, maximizing available funds to sustain the country's visibility in the global market. With stronger support, the Philippines can unlock even greater global competitiveness. And with the kind indulgence of the good chairperson, permission to yield the floor back to the Secretary.
Madam Secretary, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The story of the Philippine tourism industry has been one of resilience amidst struggle, resourcefulness amidst fiscal limitations, and the resolve to remain a source of hope for millions of Filipinos. And yet, tourism gives excellent value for money if you come to think of it. In 2024, every peso invested in the sector generated 5.50 pesos in returns in visitor spending. When benefits are compared with costs, the benefit-cost ratio comes out at 5.5. This means that for every peso invested in tourism, the economy generated, representing returns through visitor spending and related activities. These figures confirm that tourism is not just a recovery story, but a high-yield economic driver, with strong multiplier effects that justify continued and expanded investments in infrastructure, promotion, and human capital development. Tourism has ceased to just be about leisure. Tourism is about livelihood. Tourism is about nation building. And with the support of the House of Representatives, we can ensure that Philippine tourism not only welcomes the world to our shores, but ensures that we are head and shoulders competing with our neighbors with the right resources, delivering lasting opportunity and hope for the Filipino people. Daghang salamat kaninyong tanan. We are prepared to answer any questions that this committee may have, and our attached agencies are also prepared with their own presentations.
Thank you very much, Secretary Frasco. The committee now invites questions from the members, particularly on the utilization of the previous budget and the proposed allocation for fiscal year 2026. As part of the House's commitment to generate transparency in the budget process and in line with the current leadership's initiatives in the Committee on Appropriations to foster a more participatory budget process, we shall read the questions submitted by the civil society organization, the CSOs, after all members have propounded their questions to the agency. Secretary Cristina Frasco and her team are requested to provide the necessary clarifications and to respond directly to the issues at hand to ensure that this committee and the public following this proceeding are fully informed of the anticipated impact of the proposed budget of the DOT and its attached agencies and corporations. May I also remind our distinguished colleagues that each member is allotted 5 minutes for questioning or interpellation, excluding the responses of the resource persons. When you hear the first bell, it indicates that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your questions. The second bell signifies the lapse of your allotted time. And in accordance with the long-standing and respected tradition of the House of Representatives to accord preferential treatment to the minority members, followed by the independent and majority members in an alternating manner, the chair now recognizes from the minority, Honorable Representative Rene Co. You're recognized, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the Department of Tourism that's here today. We appreciate the presentation that you gave, and of course, it's noted doon yung 2023 budget for branding, no? This is previously na-news na rin po, no, kung saan there's a 1.27 billion budget for the branding campaign program, of which 1.257 billion went to advertisements. Nakita naman po dito sa slides kanina, the drastic difference between the 2023 branding budget as compared to the 2024 and then the 2025 now. Can I ask po, can we have a breakdown of the budget that was used in 2023? How much po went to the ad agency?
Madam Chair, our OIC used that for admin and finance is just getting the specifics in order to provide you with a detailed answer. Can you tell them the breakdown?
With the permission of the chair. For 2023, for the branding budget, we have allotted for local media planning and buying and placements around 150 million. For international media planning, buying and placements, international PR, and international marketing was allotted 520. And then the international media campaign activation, for country brand development local, it's 114. And for the rest is accounted for by support to operations and other PAPs like the tourism website, the DOT hotline, and the branding of tourism products. Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, but yung question po is, may napunta po ba sa ad agency? In previous budget allocations po kasi, ang naka-note po doon is 1.257 billion went to advertisement. So, are you saying po that this budget breakdown on local international planning, all this went to the ad agency?
Madam Chair, with the permission of the chair, may we provide you with a copy of the breakdown for the ad agencies?
Okay, thank you. We would appreciate a copy of the breakdown of the budget because we also note that in that same year, dun po lumabas yung use of stock footage or stock footage sa isang video po, which the DOT Sec said that after that came out, you terminated the contract with DDB Philippines and confirmed that though you're retaining the use of the slogan "Love the Philippines," but you did not provide funds because of the use of that video. Can we confirm if this is true po?
We confirm, Madam Chair, that not a single peso of government funds was paid to the agency whose services were promptly terminated by the Department of Tourism.
So it goes to show that if the breakdown here provided is correct, there's around 700 million that was used for that 1 billion budget. Last year, nag-request po kayo ng 500 and this year you're using 100. Is there remaining funds for branding that's currently with the Department of Tourism? Ano pong plano doon sa the rest of the budget?
Madam Chair, in order that we are not hypothesizing on the utilization, we are prepared to provide you with the actual breakdown of the actual utilization of the 1.2 billion. I've directed my USEC for Admin and Finance to provide that to you forthwith. And as far as the funding of the Department of Tourism of 200 million for 2024 that has been utilized already, and the 100 million that has been devoted for branding for 2025 is now also nearly fully utilized.
Okay. Thank you. We would be waiting for that report po, Madam Chair. My next question po is in relation to a concern that is being floated by some of the youth that are residing in what we call tourism centers here in the Philippines, specifically Siargao. So we have an account from Maria Tokong who said that she's losing the sense of security in her community and in Siargao due to the growing presence of Israelis. This is the same po, the account of Sophia Nicole, another youth, who said that Israeli tourists harassed a group of trans women. No? Siargao is supposed to feel like home for these locals, but they are increasingly being driven out of these spaces because of environmental damage, the unruly behavior of tourists, etc. We note, of course, the case of Bali, Indonesia, where tourism gentrification increasingly pushed the cost of living higher and pushes away these locals. So my question po, given the policy that is being driven here, which is to showcase culture and promote tourism in local communities, how can we ensure that our tourism policies don't push away po yung mga locals away from their communities and ensure that their conditions remain livable in their areas po?
Madam Chair, tourism being essentially a people-to-people activity should in no way lead to any cultural clashes among various nationalities. And therefore, it is the position of the Department of Tourism that the activities conducted amongst our islands must always give primacy and respect to the local culture and traditions of our peoples. With that, and having been in receipt of reports similar to the ones that you highlighted, we promptly directed our regional director, who is present here today and can provide further information, to coordinate with the local government unit as well as to liaise with the local communities in order to provide assistance as far as cultural sensitivities are concerned. In addition to this, in the farewell call that was done by the former ambassador of Israel to the Philippines, Ilan Fluss, I also personally raised these concerns with him, and he received it positively in a sense that he committed that his embassy will carry out the necessary measures to discuss the same with the individuals of Israeli nationalities involved.
Madam Chair, is there a commitment that can be made by the Department of Tourism that should similar incidents arise, no? Bilang ayaw nga natin yung cultural clashes, that your agency will be on top of addressing paano ma-ensure that these communities will not be pushed away from the communities that they're locals of.
We are committed to fully comply with our mandate to protect the culture and heritage of our country, and that includes unequivocal respect for our communities. Our Tourist Assistance Call Center 151 Tour is also ready to receive any complaints that locals may have against offending visitors.
Madam Chair, my next line of questioning naman po would be also how certain policies would affect local tourism naman. In this case po, these complaints come from San Juan, in La Union, where they report that Prime Water's bad service affects local tourism because yung pagkakaroon ng pagtigil ng tubig, etc., as according to the former president of San Juan Resort Restaurant Hotel Association, makes it difficult for them to maintain yung kanilang operations. They have to pay 40,000 pesos per month just to look for water alternatives, just to pay for water even though hindi naman sila nakakuha, which affects the mandate
Can you
of your...
please wrap up?
Yeah, thank you very much, yes po. So my last question would be, how do we ensure po the quality water for communities catering to tourists? What would be your response po, given that these kinds of policies are affecting tourism?
The provision of clean water to our tourists is, of course, a basic human right. And therefore, the Department of Tourism is of the position that this must be readily available across our destinations. It is not our chief mandate to ensure the provision of clean water, and we have worked very closely with the DENR in order to ensure that our work with the local government units that have primary jurisdiction over these tourist destinations is one that would yield a safe and ideal destination as far as the availability of water is concerned. On the other hand, the Department of Tourism's attached agency, the Tourism Infrastructure Enterprise Zone Authority, does provide infrastructure assistance to island destinations in need of intervention such as wastewater treatment, septage treatment, and the provision of quality water. So we would be happy to receive any request from the local government unit to address this situation, even as we recognize that this is a private entity that is running the water system in that particular LGU. So I would yield the more specific answer to that question to the holder of the water concessionaire, Madam Chair.
If I make a short follow-up, Madam Chair, may we ask if the Department of Tourism would be open to a dialogue with these affected stakeholders which provide important tourist services, but are finding it difficult to find ways by which paano nila ma-deliver tong services na to kung wala naman po silang maibigay na tubig.
Yes, absolutely, Madam Chair. Our regional office has been coordinating with the local stakeholders to receive these concerns and, of course, to do as much as we can in order to provide assistance where it's needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Reneco. I now recognize from the majority, Deputy Majority Leader Bong Teves.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Department of Tourism Family, headed by Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco, officials, especially my good friend, Undersecretary Kokoy Jumapaw, attached agencies, good morning to all of us. Madam Chair, I would like to manifest my full support to the proposed budget of the Department of Tourism. I would like to congratulate the DOT family. Ang Pilipinas po ay ang biggest domestic tourism market in Southeast Asia with a forecast of 70.8 billion US dollar for 2025. But I would like to appeal, Madam Chair, na kung pwede tasan po naman ninyo ang allocation budget for Bicol Region. Kasama ko po rito ngayon si Deputy Majority Leader Vice Chairman Dirit Escudero na napakababa po ang budget ng Bicol. 38.1 million. Kailangan po natin itong dagdagan kung kinakailangan. Ang Bicol Region po ay isa rin sa potential dahil alam naman po nating madaming mga turista ang pupunta rito. Isa pa po, Madam Chair, gusto ko lang pong pasalamatan ang TESA Chief Operating Officer, my boss Mark Lapid, for providing a tourist rest area sa aming bayan sa Baras Catanduanes. Sana madagdagan din po ito ng boardwalk dahil alam po ninyo, ang Baras Catanduanes po ay kilala bilang isang surfing destination o tourism capital sa province of Catanduanes. Lastly, I would like to reiterate my full support to the proposed budget of Department of Tourism and if possible, tasan po natin ito. And I also encourage my fellow congressman to support the same. Maraming salamat sa inyo lahat.
Galing talaga, Bong. Galing.
Thank you very much, Representative Bong Teves, for your manifestation. The chair now recognize from the minority, Representative Deputy Minority Leader Percy Sandayan.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Marami pong salamat sa presentation ng Department of Tourism Family. Magandang umaga po sa atin. For my first set of questions, Madam Chair, I'd like to focus on issues surrounding international arrivals. Earlier in the presentation, highlight po natin yung domestic market, pero alam naman po natin na kadalasan ang lion's share dapat talaga ng income natin sa tourism should also come from international arrivals. In 2024 po, the DOT promised that 7.7 million international arrivals, no? And then the actual number was 5.95 million, a shortfall of 1.8 million or almost 25% below target. And I'd like to juxtapose this with pre-pandemic arrivals in 2019, which reached almost 8.3 million. 5 years na po since noong pandemya, pero we are still far behind. So the question is, isn't this a clear proof that the DOT strategies have failed to bring in the tourism back to pre-pandemic levels? And perhaps this will be also a good reference for the members of this committee for the DOT to be more candid about what were the mistakes in the planning and execution which caused this gap of nearly 2 million tourists target as opposed to actual arrivals?
Thank you for the question. Madam Chair, I will answer that question in three ways. First is by addressing the main reason why the Philippines was unable to meet its 7.7 million target, which was projected based on the liberalization of visas specifically for the market of China. At the beginning of the administration, the Department of Tourism had proposed that visas be liberalized for the Chinese market, considering that nearly the rest of our neighbors had already lifted visa requirements for Chinese nationals. Therefore, the electronic visa program was launched by the Department of Foreign Affairs, and it had projected that they would be able to issue 2 million visas within the span of 1 year at around 8,000 visas per day. That 2 million number was not reached because the e-visa program was promptly suspended and regular visa applications was also meted with stricter and more stringent documentary requirements. Had we been able to continue the e-visa program, then we would have been able to bring in the 2 million. And if you add 5.9 plus 2 million, that is in excess of the projected 7.7 million in arrivals. Secondly, the question as far as international arrivals comparison is concerned must also be tempered with reality. The reality being that the Philippines is an archipelagic nation whose dependency on international arrivals is solely pegged on air travel, at a 99% dependency on international flights coming into the country. In stark contrast to that is the fact that our direct competitors in the ASEAN enjoy international land borders, such as Thailand, Vietnam, Singapore, and the like. As a matter of fact, an analysis of the share of ASEAN visitors relative to total arrivals shows significant contrasts among Southeast Asian countries. For Thailand, while they show the strongest arrivals across the ASEAN, it's indicated that their international land-based arrivals constitute around 25% of its visitors. For Malaysia, their dependency on international land border travel, as far as international tourists concerned, is around 43.4%. For Cambodia, their dependency on international land border travel for international tourists is around 63%. In stark contrast to the Philippines' arrivals, where only 8.1% come from ASEAN nations. This goes to show that the markets that are being penetrated and attracted by the Philippines are definitely not within the ASEAN region, and therefore we do not enjoy the same geographic advantages of our direct competitors who have the convenience of receiving international tourists not by riding an international flight, but by simply crossing a land border. Third, in order to fully rationalize the performance of Philippine tourism on international arrivals, we must also provide an analysis of the investments made in the industry for it to be truly globally competitive. A comparison of the budgets of our counterpart departments of tourism amongst our direct neighbors would show that the Philippines' ranking in the ASEAN almost equates our ranking in terms of budgets. Simply put, the lesser you invest in tourism, the lesser international arrivals you will have. And finally, we wish to emphasize and we plead for this House's understanding that while we have devoted blood, sweat, and tears to the success of this industry, we simply cannot perform as well as we would like if we are given such meager resources as we have. That being said, notwithstanding the lower international arrivals of the country, our performance as far as GDP contribution with our ASEAN neighbors would show that the GDP contribution of the Philippines in tourism is the highest in Southeast Asia. Tourism spending per capita among our Southeast Asian neighbors places the Philippines first at no less than 2,073 US dollars. And tourism employment for the country, which is also an important measure of tourism performance, has already exceeded pre-pandemic numbers.
Daghang salamat, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair. Speaking of resources and investment, let me now shift to issues on how the department is utilizing its budget. Looking at the 2024 figures, only 314 million or 10.5% of the DOT's budget went to capital outlay, while 1.95 billion or 65.3% went to MOOE. In 2025, the imbalance worsened, 235 million for capital outlay, while MOOE climbed to 1.79 billion, which is around 69.5%. This represents a 52.9% cut in capital investments in just 1 year. The question, Madam Chair, is why is the DOT prioritizing its own operation instead of building infrastructure and tourism facilities? And related to that, isn't this proof that the DOT budget now sustains bureaucracy rather than create lasting tourism assets? As mentioned before, the importance of investment. So how can the department justify its current proposal when tangible investments in destinations keep shrinking year after year?
We wish to clarify, Madam Chair, that the Department of Tourism's budget allocation is not for tourism infrastructure, as that is the mandate of the Tourism Infrastructure Enterprise Zone Authority. And therefore, we have partnered with TIEZA in order that we may be able to invest in our destinations, as can be clearly gleaned from the tourist stress areas, the Tourism Champions Challenge, as well as the various tourism infrastructure that have arisen since the onset of the Marcos administration. That being said, the capital outlay that has been allowed by the Department of Budget and Management under the auspices of the DOT's budget is limited to investments in its ISSP and nothing else. This ceiling constrains us to work within the confines of what has been provided to us and the purpose for which these funds have been allocated. USEC Sai will be able to provide further detail as far as the specifics on the MOOE utilization.
With the permission of the chair, aside from the capital outlay, we were only provided for the ISSP 156.78 million. So in 2024, we were provided budget for infra for the boardwalk and Rizal Park for Region 8. That's the only capital outlay.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, USEC. Madam Chair, let me now proceed to issues surrounding personnel and plantilla issues within the Department of Tourism. As of 2025, the DOT reported that 32.8% of plantilla positions are unfilled. Again, that's more than 30% of more than a third of the plantilla positions are unfilled. Within this, 28.5% of the positions are in the Office of the Secretary remain vacant, and at the National Development Parks Committee, almost 48% of positions are unfilled. So how can the department function effectively when one-third of its workforce is still missing? And to be very blunt about it, why are we requesting more funds for programs when you cannot even fill the staff required to implement these programs?
Madam Chair, we deeply appreciate the concern for ensuring that government positions are filled. Priorities must also focus not just on filling positions, but in promoting personnel, especially job order personnel who have served for very many years and are now able to enjoy security of tenure by way of the permanence of their position. With that, as of August 27, 2025, a total of 577 plantilla positions have been filled, representing 73% of the authorized 791 plantilla positions. From 2022 to 2024, there has been a substantial increase in the number of appointments issued. In fact, a growth of approximately 337%. From 58 appointments only in 2022 to 95 in 2023, rising to 196 in 2024. For 2025, a total of 135 appointments have already been issued. This steady increase in appointments is attributed to the Department of Tourism's thrust to regularize existing JO personnel while simultaneously promoting career growth among permanent personnel.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Again, I'd like to amplify my concern about this unfilled position. While we appreciate the efforts of the department to provide permanent employment for those who are JO or contract of service, perhaps as a last question, going back to the earlier point about the Love the Philippines campaign, nabanggit po natin kanina na hindi binayaran yung ad agency, pero at the same time, mukhang kailangan din po na accountability within the department. So the question is, sino po sa loob ng department yung na-held accountable for that particular blunder doon po sa ating major tourism campaign?
Madam Chair, a full investigation was conducted subsequent to the incident, and the results of the investigation would yield that the contracted ad agency had made misrepresentations as far as the quality and origins of the contents of the video in question. And this then resulted to the immediate termination of their contract with the department, with zero government funds having been paid. Personnel that were connected with the facilitation of the transaction, all of them are no longer with the Department of Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the swift action on that particular issue. I think it's to have more time, so perhaps I'll just like to share some of the concerns raised by our colleagues in the local level. So ito naman po yung tungkol sa pakiramdam ng mga nasa regions that they are a bit neglected. So in 2024, the DOT Central Office consumed 2.2 billion of the 73.7% of the total budget. NCR received 370, bringing Central plus NCR to 86.2%. So, alam niyo naman po yung figures, no? Sinasabi po dito na some regional offices receive less than 20 million each, in some cases below 1% of the total budget. So, for the last question, why is the bulk of funding concentrated in the central office, while the regions, the heart of the Philippine tourism, are left with very little allocation? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I must confess, Madam Chair, that this is the very first time that I'm hearing that our regions are feeling neglected, because the effort has always been to be inclusive. In fact, in less than 3 years of my tenure as Secretary of Tourism, I have already managed to visit all the regions of the Philippines, including BARM, and also provide concrete programs to various destinations, provinces, cities, and municipalities. That being said, I can confirm that there is not a single region of the Department of Tourism that has been allocated with less than 20 million pesos. And considering the ceilings that are also provided for the regions, what we have made the effort to do is to provide assistance from central office by providing downloads to the regions for the execution of flagship programs upon their jurisdictions with the assistance of central office. We are ready to provide a breakdown of the regional distribution of expenditures, as well as the downloads that have been made to the regions that would prove that the effort of the Department of Tourism has been to ensure equitable tourism development across the country.
Daghang salamat, Madam Secretary, and we would expect the report forthwith. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minority Leader Percy Sendanya. I now recognize my fellow Vice Chair, Representative Rufus Rodriguez. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me congratulate the Department of Tourism and the attached agencies, especially our outstanding secretary. And when I say outstanding, it is with a superlative tone. With a meager budget, which we have been giving to the Department of Tourism, still we have 3.8 trillion in terms of a contribution, 9% to GDP on internal tourism expenditures. We therefore have a lot of domestic trips and expenditures amounting to trillions. We have also an increase in international arrivals. We did not reach that because there were so many factors explained. But what the Secretary forgot was this crazy advisory of the United States government. Imagine that it's a dangerous place to come in the Philippines. Where did they get these ideas? And that is why I complained to Secretary, our Ambassador Romualdez, and he talked to the State Department, and they said that it comes from the local embassy of the United States. And I wrote Carlson, he did not answer. And so these are the things that would also, impair the coming of our guests. But anyway, Madam Chair, still it's a very big increase. And so therefore, I congratulate Secretary Frasco. Now, I have two concerns. And we would like to, at this point, acknowledge our Regional Director of Region 10, May Unchuan. Where's May? Yeah. Kasi to tell Congressman Percy, there's a lot of downloading of funds in the Region 10. Secretary was there for the Surusur to go to the different provinces of Northern Mindanao. And we have also, just to inform, because of the budget of the Secretary, you see, I have written a book of Cagayan de Oro. And this is 30 years in the making. For our young congressmen, let us start writing your history. Because once you write your history, we're able to come out with a historical trail. We have a congressional office. Hindi lang dito sa Congress, may congressional committee. By second district office, that's a congressional committee. Here, Congressional Historical Committee. And thank you, Secretary. We have reprinted this to your budget. It's given to all the hotel rooms, no less than 1,500 hotel rooms. And I put there, please do not take out from the room, nothing is left in the hotels. But anyway, that's good that they take out. And so, Madam Chairman, I would like to therefore ask the two things that we would need. First, can you explain to us why are we giving up on tourism, that there's no more tourism infrastructure, road infrastructure program?
Madam Chair, in all honesty, that question can best be answered by the DPWH, which has jurisdiction over the funding for tourism roads. That being said, it has been an advocacy on the part of the Department of Tourism since 2022 to invest in tourism roads, which is why every year we receive proposals and we promptly endorse to DPWH for funding for continuing tourism roads and new tourism roads. As a matter of fact, in 2024, through our advocacy, we managed to ensure that 5 billion in funding for new tourism roads was lodged in the GAA of the DPWH. Unfortunately, while we had proposed yet again in 2025, the budget was zeroed. While there was funding for continuing roads, surely this is not enough to open up new destinations. In 2020, for the 2026 GAA, we also proposed, again, funding for tourism roads to DPWH at the amount of around 6.2 billion pesos, if I'm not mistaken. Zero funding was provided for new roads. And even the funding for continuing roads was reduced to a shell of what it was, and it now stands at only 3 billion. So we view this of grave concern, considering that this will stagnate the development of our destinations and unnecessarily quell opportunities for our emerging destinations to be discovered, highlighted, and promoted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary. Clearly, there is a need to restore the budget that have been given to the Department of Tourism on the trips. In other words, how can we continue to be able to develop our tourist sites in the different parts of the Philippines, not only in Luzon or Metro Manila? We're talking of bringing out all of this development in the region, especially in Mindanao. So in the proper time, Madam Chair, I would be asking that this committee be able to recommend to the plenary the restoration of at least 6 billion for the roads leading to tourist destinations. Second, the branding has been reduced so much. How can we be able to project abroad our brand of being, our country is so blessed. I have been to many places, but the Philippines, with our beaches, with our mountains and hills, and our good people and kind people, this is a natural destination all over the world. And that is why we have to have a branding. What the Secretary can say about the branding expense budget?
Suffering a nearly 95% reduction in our branding has significantly limited our ability to compete as well as we can with our direct competitors in the ASEAN, whose branding and promotions budgets by comparison are in the billions of dollars. So to be perfectly frank, while the expectations for international arrivals soar, the branding budget for the same has significantly been reduced. And so there is a gross disparity between the expected international arrivals and the investments for the same. What remains true, however, is that the economic value for investing in tourism is as high as it can be, with every peso spent yielding 5.50 pesos in return, and with the tourists coming into the country having employed directly and indirectly over 16 million Filipinos. So we plead, we beg for the indulgence of the House of Representatives to arrest this grave injustice upon the country with the vast reduction on the tourism branding budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. At the proper time, this representation will likewise move for the increase of the branding budget for the Department of Tourism. Now, may we request now our secretary, aside from the trips, aside from the branding, what else will be needed by our Department of Tourism? As we have seen, our tourism industry is a big driver for economic growth of a country. Not only economic, but the cultural effect on our visitors. So always love to state all over the world that I went to the Philippines and I enjoyed it. The people and the sites. Can we now ask the secretary what else would be needed?
Investing in human capital development is of utmost importance to the success of the tourism industry. And therefore, we have always lobbied for the increase in funding as far as trainings in tourism skills are concerned, because these ensure that those that wish to come into the sphere of tourism enterprises are properly equipped, and those that are already in the tourism industry have opportunities for career advancement. And so it's very important for us for there to be sufficient funding for tourism industry skills development, continued investment in our Filipino brand of service excellence programs, as well as support for our regional offices whose tourism circuits continue to be mounted that focus on heritage, culture, and arts promotions of their specific destinations.
Madam Chair, because of lack material, I think the bell is about to ring. I anticipate it. So therefore, I would just like to request our secretary to submit. See? I only now have 30 minutes. 30 seconds. Nag-react agad. So for the secretary to submit all of this priority budget request that we, with our chairperson and our presiding officer, Congresswoman Escudero and Congressman Coco Yap, will be able to bring out to our committee and then the plenary. Kindly submit what are needed. I have heard already. One is our trips. Second is the branding expense. Third is training. And what others are quite reasonable for us to include in the budget. I finish now because that second bell has rung. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, and we continue to support the Department of Tourism 100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez, for your full support to increase the budget of the Department of Tourism. I now recognize from the majority, fellow Vice Chair Lalo Matugas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I'll ask my question to the Secretary, I would like to make a comment regarding the problems on peace and order, as mentioned earlier, being from or representing the District 1 of the Siargao. This problem on Israeli, it occurred, started early this year. And sometime in June, the Mayor Sol Matugas, contacted, after so many reports we received, contacted immediately the Embassy of Israel. And the good ambassador immediately dispatched his consul, and this problem on Israelis being initially settled. Ang hindi ko lang maintindihan kasi sobra mga alas 5, kung ano na lang. So yun ang ginagawa. So, but right now, so far as the other foreign nationals, okay naman sila. So we don't have problems. It's only on the Israelis. So, and in addition to that, we have always maintained peace and order. We have curfews in the island. So to maintain the peace and order. Now, Madam Secretary, I would like to bring to your attention, and probably you have already heard the news about the exorbitant fees of round-trip tickets to my district, Siargao Island. In fact, former DOTR Secretary Vince Dison summoned all airlines to a meeting last week just to discuss this matter. Airfares to Siargao are much higher than to other local destinations, which hurts our tourists, especially our local tourists. For example, this morning, my staff tried to book a flight for October 1 to 4 for Siargao, and it cost almost 22,000 per round trip. Oh, malayo pa yon. But as the day comes nearer, the price of this ticket tumataas. So my question, what actions are the Department of Tourism taking to make flights more affordable? What measures are being considered to promote fair pricing, more route options, and better access to Siargao, to my district? Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, we fully agree with the concern that the prices of airline tickets to Siargao or to any other domestic destination in the Philippines should not be excessively prohibitive. That being said, while we recognize that the airline industry is a deregulated industry, therefore taking much of its operations out of the ambit of government regulation, the Department of Tourism has been very aggressive in coordinating with the Department of Transportation to demand that prices of airfares be rationalized and reduced in order to not affect the competitiveness of our island destinations. I actually attended the meeting that was called by Secretary Vince last week with all of the airlines and propounded our position that the excessive airfares are having a significantly negative impact upon the competitiveness of our island destination. Prior to that, we also convened a meeting between the Civil Aeronautics Board, the CAAP, the DOTR led by former Secretary Vince, as well as our travel agencies, tour operators, and tourism stakeholders, in order to also express their frustrations as far as the fluctuating and excessive airline tickets. With that, the DOT submitted to the Civil Aeronautics Board our request. First, for the publication of the month of the actual prices of these tickets, as well as any add-on charges that they may have. Second, for the Civil Aeronautics Board to exercise its mandate to be able to manage the price ceilings on airline tickets, which is well within their jurisdiction. My understanding is that since the intervention was made initially by Secretary Vince and with the opinions delivered as well by the DOT, Philippine Airlines, for example, has since suspended its highest fares, highest fare classes. Although I pointed out to them that even the third-tier fares are still not as competitive as other destinations. So it's a going concern on our end and the DOT, and while it's not our chief mandate, we are very concerned that the pricing of our airline tickets is placing our destinations out in terms of its competitiveness with neighboring destinations. So we agree with you, and we commit to continue to work with the DOTR, the CAB, and the airlines in order to manage this situation.
According to some people, it's more cheaper to go to Hong Kong than to go to Siargao. Do we have a specific law that will regulate this pricing, Madam Secretary?
As far as I'm aware, Madam Chair, and I just wish to highlight that this is not the mandate of the Department of Tourism. As far as I'm aware, the Civil Aeronautics Board is armed with a mandate to regulate the price ceilings of airline tickets. Second, I think that the deregulation of the airline industry has also taken government's hand out of the commercial operations of airlines, which are now driven by what they call dynamic pricing. Third is the existence of the cabotage law, which prohibits international and foreign-owned operators from providing domestic flights. The confluence of these legislative measures, I think, takes control out of government and almost entirely places it within the hands of the commercial viability of private airline operators.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I go now to digital nomad visa, which the President issued Executive Order number 86. Because I have observed in my district, there are now several working space for nomads, and it's being also monitored that it's the number of foreigners going into nomad are being increasing. So what is the position of the Department of Tourism on this?
We fully support the President's issuance of an executive order to provide digital nomad visas, recognizing that global statistics show that digital nomads actually are made up of working professionals that tend to stay longer, spend more, and provide more value with their stay in our communities. My understanding is that the rules to implement the executive order have been signed by the agencies concerned, and the issuance of the digital nomad visas is directed to already ensue within this year.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. You know, I have filed a bill to legislate this nomad. Then another area of my concern is I would like to know the status of this DOT CHED, Commission on Higher Education. You have a joint circular issued in 2025, and that DOT has already remitted 17.5 billion to CHED. May I know the status?
Madam Chair, when I came in 2022, I was made aware that billions of the travel taxes that had been paid by our fellow Filipinos had been remitted to CHED. And therefore, one of the first things that I did was to write to CHED and to request for a full accounting and liquidation of the utilization of these funds, knowing fully well that the Tourism Act mandates the use of travel taxes accruing to CHED singularly for tourism-related education programs. This discussion has resulted in the signing of a joint administrative order between the DOT, the CHED, and TIEZA in order to provide clear-cut guidelines that would ensure the transparent and full utilization of these travel taxes for the purpose for which the law intended, and that is for tourism-related education. Whether it pertains to investing in facilities in schools that offer tourism and hospitality courses, investing in research and further study by the faculty, or investing in tourism programs for our tourism and hospitality students. We have recently also signed the implementing rules and regulations for this JAO, and it is our sincere hope that the CHED will religiously implement this document that will secure a utilization of the HEDF in accordance with law.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Before I would like to manifest that I joined Congressman Ropus in supporting the increase of your budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Matugas. I now recognize Representative Attorney J.P. Padiernos from the minority.
Good morning, everyone, Madam Chair and the Department of Tourism. So before I begin my questions, I'd just like to commend the Department of Tourism regarding my previous visit in Osaka for the World Expo. So that was a very entertaining, interactive, and without bias, I think one of the best in the World Expo. So congratulations to the Department of Tourism. So, Madam Chair, the Department of Tourism is proposing a 3.1 billion budget for 2026 with 500 million earmarked for branding and promotion. I would just like to ask the DOT what, because for some reason, should we really focus more on branding and promotion? Should we put more focus on improving our infrastructure, such as, you know, our airports, our roads that was mentioned? Because a lot of our foreign tourists find it hard to travel or go to our country because of these lack of infrastructure. So my question is, what are the move, or what is the status of and direction of the DOT with regard to this matter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Investing in branding and promotions and investing in tourism infrastructure does not have to be mutually exclusive, and they can in fact go hand in hand. And a perusal of our National Tourism Development Plan from 2023 to 2028 would indicate that tourism infrastructure is the #1 priority of the Department of Tourism, considering the Philippines' standing in the global sphere of nations as far as tourism infra is concerned, placing us at only 75th in 2021 and 69th in 2024, according to the World Economic Forum. So whether it pertains to tourism roads, airports, seaports, land travel by way of roads and bridges, we have always advocated for more investments in tourism infrastructure. This can also be gleaned from infrastructure that has already arisen to improve tourist convenience, and these include our tourist rest areas as well as investments in our LGUs by way of the Tourism Champions Challenge. We commend our president for his aggressive approach towards the privatization of our airports that has resulted in the privatization of the NAIA airports, the privatization of the Bohol Airport, as well as the Laguindingan Airport, and forthcoming privatizations of other regional gateways. We fully support any measure that will make travel as convenient as possible for our tourists. And on the part of the Department of Tourism, we have also considered the human component, the experience of our tourists, that it be positive overall, which is why through our Filipino Brand of Service Excellence trainings, we have also actually trained tourism frontliners that are in our gateways, such as airports, seaports, and other terminals. Meanwhile, the necessity of continuing to ensure that the Philippines is a top-of-mind destination to travelers from across the world is of primary importance, which is why we continue to plead with the House of Representatives to provide us with the resources that we need in order to compete equitably with our direct competitors in the ASEAN.
So, Madam Chair, do we have a status on, for example, Palawan, which has a lot of great destinations with regard to installing an airport? Is the DOT in talks with DPWH at least to, or DOTR, I suppose, with regard to this?
The Puerto Princesa Airport in Palawan is fully operational, and the request that we have made to DOTR is for the expansion of the airport in terms of personnel, terminal, as well as runway, so that it can accommodate specific flights from international destinations. On the other hand, my understanding is that the operations of the Busuanga Airport are under the auspices of the CAAP, while the airport for El Nido, while private, I understand that, we have already proposed to the OTR that there be intervention on the part of the OTR to the private operator so as to provide more equitable access to the public as far as that airport is concerned.
Follow-up question, Madam Chair. So, aside from infrastructure issues, there are also concerns on safety. So, we know that we used to have a lot of South Koreans and Chinese tourists coming to the Philippines, but tourist arrivals from South Korea, for example, fell by 19% in the first 5 months of 2025 because of safety concerns. So is it really more dangerous now in the Philippines, like compared to our neighboring countries like Thailand or Malaysia? And how are we addressing these issues?
Madam Chair, as of September 1, 2025, we have received over 880,000 South Koreans to the Philippines. And while we understand the concerns pertaining to the decline, we wish to highlight that the decline is not isolated to the Philippines, meaning that there have also been declines on South Korean arrivals to Thailand at a negative 17%, Singapore at negative 2%, Cambodia at negative 7%, Vietnam at negative 2%. So the trend of lessening Korean arrivals is not isolated to the Philippines, but is spread out across the ASEAN. That being said, we fully agree with the necessity of ensuring that the safety of our tourists in the Philippines is of paramount importance. Which is why when incidences pertaining to Korean nationals transpired, we immediately coordinated with the Department of Interior as well as the PNP, first to express our concerns, and second to request immediate intervention. I understand that the result of these discussions has been that the PNP has deployed an increased number of police specific to the NCR and including the areas where the crimes had transpired. And on the part of the DOT, we have also already proposed to Malacanang the formation of a national task force on tourist safety. In addition to that, we are also currently working with the Korean Embassy as well as the Korean community to express that we are willing to collaborate to ensure that we give priority to the safety of our guests, including tourists. That being said, we have and continue to train tourist police across our destinations, with over 8,000 tourist police having already been trained by the Department of Tourism under our Top Cop program.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But Madam Chair, I have another question regarding the budget on modernization of the DOT, such as do we have a budget for improving our current mga bangka po natin dun sa Boracay, for example, or sa Palawan? Because compared to our neighboring countries, they've really invested on transportation and making it more convenient and easy for our tourists to go to the tourist destination. I was just wondering if we have already a budget for that, because if not, I believe we should push for additional budget so to accommodate this particular concern.
Well, to be perfectly honest, Madam Chair, our fiscal space is very tight. This notwithstanding, we have sought to provide assistance to community-based tourism organizations, such as, for example, the provision of bangkas to CBTOs based in our islands. We do that. And then we also coordinate with our regional offices to provide financial assistance where it is needed. We also heavily rely on TIEZA to provide minor tourism infrastructure improvements in our island destinations. But we certainly welcome any additional funding from Congress to be able to provide more assistance to our community-based tourism organizations.
That's it for me, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Representative Attorney Jan Padiernos. I now give the floor to my fellow Vice Chair, Representative Brian Poe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a few questions for our secretary, our very hardworking secretary. The Department of Tourism, I believe that tourism in general equated for about 8.9% of our GDP in 2024. What is our projection again for 2025?
Madam Chair, I yield the floor to Undersecretary Verna Buensuceso to provide the specifics on our projections.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Secretary. In terms of our tourism indicators, I think we need to also stress that if you take a look at the tourism indicators for 2024, we have already showed a very big rebound. And we have, in fact, surpassed our pre-pandemic levels in terms of key areas. For example, when it comes to internal tourism expenditures, we have already reached 3.86 trillion. This is already 103% over the 2019 level. So this has been driven, of course, by strong domestic spending, and over 3.16 trillion is fully recovered to 101% of our pre-pandemic levels. So this really underscores the vital role that we are playing and giving the domestic tourism as a backbone of the industry. In terms of our indicative projections for 2025, in terms of tourism employment, we're looking at 6.8 million, and also for gross value added, we're looking at 2.7 trillion. So these are the figures that we have so far in terms of our targets.
And you would argue that there's still room to grow in terms of our domestic tourism. Tama po ba?
Domestic tourism is really showing a very high exponential growth. So we really look at domestic tourism as a major contributor to tourism development. Thank you.
The reason why I asked that question is because ang sinabi niyo po, Madam Secretary, is that there's zero funding for tourism roads, no? Tourism infrastructure for roads from DPWH. Personally, from Pangasinan, it takes about 6 hours to get to 100 Islands from Manila. 2.5 hours of that is just Urdaneta to Alaminos. And that's because we don't have enough road infrastructure to ease the traffic burden internally within Pangasinan. So road infrastructure, if we had more spending for it, would ease the travel burden for domestic tourism. Another point on domestic tourism, it was mentioned earlier that under the infrastructure programs of the Department of Tourism would be the tourist centers. Proudly presented earlier is we're on track to accomplish 100 tourism centers. A lot of our domestic travel is between ports here in the Philippines. So for example, Batangas to Mindoro. Along the way, there are areas where travelers would probably want to rest. Are any of these tourism centers near our ports to help our domestic travelers?
Madam Chair, we deeply appreciate the Representative Po's support for investments in tourism roads, as we fully agree that halting investments in the same will quell development in the destinations. As far as the tourist rest areas are concerned, they are strategically located either at or in between tourism destinations, precisely to provide convenience to our travelers as they're traveling to and from their intended destinations. The team is looking at the full list right now to be able to specifically identify which particular tourist rest areas are situated near seaports.
So in the interest of time, maybe it could be furnished to our office so that I can study it in more detail. Sinabi ko lang po yan because out of support, of course, for our domestic travel and to encourage infrastructure for DOT. My next question is, in terms of large infrastructure projects for DOT, I remember hearing about the success of our Osaka Pavilion, which was able to attract over 800,000 visitors, no, within Japan. I also note that in the Philippines, in convention centers or events places are big drivers of domestic travel for events and conventions. Are there any similar ticket items locally, seeing as how successful we were with the Osaka Pavilion?
Madam Chair, my understanding is that there is an ongoing construction of the Philippine International Expo Center that is spearheaded by our First Lady, and that is pegged to be completed, if I'm not mistaken, by 2027, which will elevate the status of the MICE competitiveness of the country. Even as government is also now in the process of rehabilitating the PICC, also led by our First Lady in preparation for the ASEAN. We're also very grateful to the private sector for continuing to invest for MICE in the Philippines. As a matter of fact, set for completion before the end of this year is a new Mactan Expo Center from the Mega World Group, and the SM Group is also building the biggest SMX in the Philippines, also in Cebu. So we welcome any new investments in tourism infrastructure as far as MICE is concerned.
Madam Chair, the reason why I asked this is because economically speaking, if you take a look at, for example, Iloilo City, the Iloilo Convention Center contributed 800,000 visitors to Iloilo City in 2018 out of 1.2 million visitors to Iloilo City that year. Convention centers are a good way to promote domestic travel. And I bring this up because, for example, in Region 1, unfortunately, we don't seem to have a major convention center to drive more local traffic of professionals from all over the Philippines to our provinces for development and tourism. Kaya para sa akin, naiinayin ako na kulang tayo sa mga convention centers sa iba't ibang mga probinsya, lalong-lalo na sa probinsya namin sa Pangasinan, being a gateway province to the rest of Region 1. Unlike airports and other major infrastructure that would entail DOTR or DPWH's heavy involvement, convention centers, events places are things that I believe the DOT can invest in to help spread out domestic tourism and help attract international tourism. So if there are any projects that this representation can support in terms of more infrastructure towards tourism, this is important. And again, going back to my initial question about the GDP for 2025 in terms of our projection, I bring this up because 8.9% in 2024 is not a small amount to be neglected. Infrastructure development for the Philippines in terms of tourism will definitely help attract international tourism, but also drive more domestic tourism. Ang complaint lagi ng mga kababayan natin is the travel time between provinces. Either nahihirapan sila dahil tumataas ang terminal fee between provinces. Another complaint is the condition of our ports and airports for domestic travel, but easily addressable and something that receives zero funding from DPWH is our road infrastructure leading to our beautiful beaches and destination locations. So if we can Madam Chair, if we can support the DOT in creating more meaningful infrastructure here in the Philippines, I believe we should do so. At sana hindi nila makalimutan ang probinsya natin sa Pangasinan. Ayun lang po. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Representative Brian Poe. I now recognize from the minority, Representative Nico Daza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sa aton DOT family, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, our members, our honorable members here in attendance, upay nga aga sa ating tanan. Before I start, I'd like to also congratulate the DOT family. I echo the same heartfelt congratulations as Attorney Padernos of Galing sa Puso party list, because I was fortunate to attend as well the Expo in Osaka in 2025, and it was quite a beautiful sight. I was quite proud to see the indigenous materials used in the pavilion, the interactive exhibit that integrated technology, how each region was highlighted, as well as the performances. So I encourage everybody who's here in attendance and all our fellow Filipinos to, if they have the chance and the opportunity, to visit our Philippines Pavilion in Expo. So I'd like to congratulate them on that. And I'll begin now my questions. Under the leadership of Sec Frasco, I have to commend the demand-driven approach. As you mentioned, one of the biggest concerns or needs of tourists is the availability of cleanly restrooms. So one of the main projects that that the DOT has approached or has implemented is the implementation of tourism rest areas. May I ask, how do we determine where do we implement these tourism rest areas? How many do we have? And are there further plans to expand these tourism rest areas in other regions and other provinces that currently do not house these tourism rest areas?
Madam Chair, we wish to thank the good congressman for his very kind words pertaining to the Philippine Pavilion. That is the result of nationwide collaboration with our regional offices, our indigenous communities, and our community-based tourism organizations, as well as our fellow government agencies, including the DOT and the TPB. That being said, pertaining to tourist rest areas, the construction of tourist rest areas is not a random decision, but rather one that is based on a clear process that begins with a request from the local government unit or the district representative, as the case may be, which is then vetted based on the dimensions that are provided to our regional offices. And once the regional office recommends that the tourist rest area be constructed, it is then endorsed by the DOT to TIAZA. TIAZA then contacts the local government unit to provide the specific documentary requirements that must be complied with. The idea of putting up tourist rest areas finds footing, first of all, in the Philippine Constitution, which requires government to provide facilities that will secure the safety, comfort, as well as the well-being of our fellow Filipinos, and on the side of tourism, of course, including international visitors as well. It has been our mandate to ensure that the tourist experience in the country is not only one that focuses on the destination itself, but the entire experience, including the journey to the destination. And therefore, backed by this legal mandate, as well as by a survey conducted among tourists that found that their number one concern was the lack of clean and decent restrooms, then we proceeded to engage in consultations with our LGUs, our regional offices, as well as our tourism stakeholders, who had also expressed the unfortunate lack of these facilities for our tourists. And with that, we have now managed to construct around 12 tourist rest areas across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And we have also managed to break ground on several other tourist rest areas, which are in various stages of construction. And the goal is eventually to be able to construct around 100 tourist rest areas in as far south as Sabtang in Batanes, as far north as Sabtang, Batanes, to as far south as Sulu and Tawi-Tawi, as far east as Eastern Samar, and as far west as Brooks Point in Palawan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as the good secretary shared, perhaps with the initiative of the representative of the local district, which would be this representation, I will speak to the regional director in the hopes of hosting a tourist rest area in my province of Northern Samar. Madam Chair, for my next question, I guess quite related to the distinguished gentleman of Surigao del Norte's question regarding airfare and air traffic, but I guess not in regard to the pricing, but in terms of the bottleneck in limited capacity and the occasional congestion in NAIA or in key gateways like Mactan, Cebu. How is the coordination and joint planning between the DOT and the DOTR? And in fact, because you also mentioned the lack of infrastructure funding, tourism infrastructure, how do we coordinate with key agencies like the DOTR and DPWH?
Madam Chair, as early as 2022, we had already proposed a convergence between the DOT and the DOTR in order that the DOTR may be in receipt of first the wish list of the DOT emanating from the requests of our local stakeholders from the regions to our tour operators and tourists as far as the need to improve airport and seaport facilities. That is why we signed a convergence document with the DOTR, and thankfully this has resulted in positive improvements as far as our airport infrastructure is concerned. A concrete example is the recent expansion of the Siargao terminal, which commenced subsequent to the visit of former Secretary Vince Dizon and myself to the island. We have also seen, through our President's aggressive push for privatization, the privatization of essential gateways, such as NAIA, which will result in expanded capacity to the number of passengers per year, privatization of Bohol, Laguindingan, hopefully Iloilo, to include as well Dumaguete and Bicol. Even as we continue to coordinate with already privatized airports such as Mactan, Cebu, as well as Clark International Airport. But the simple reality is that in terms of the availability of air seats to the Philippines compared to its competitors in the ASEAN, the Philippines ranks at number 6. And the 99% dependency of the Philippines on air travel, therefore, makes it severely difficult to compete in terms of our neighbors who enjoy international landlocked borders. With this, we have been very aggressive in our routes development team that coordinates with the DOTR, CAP and CAB. And this has resulted in the mounting of several new international routes that include San Francisco, Paris, forthcoming for New Delhi, Vancouver, Brisbane, as well as the inclusion and resumption of flights from our ASEAN neighbors and Asia as well.
Madam Chair, it was disclosed alarmingly that the tourism roads infrastructure projects, I believe, will be zeroed out. Is that correct?
For 2026, there is zero funding for new roads and around 3 billion for continuing roads, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, may I ask the good secretary if this is a primary concern of the DOT, how did we coordinate this with the DPWH? How can we perhaps strengthen this so that DPWH will also prioritize the concerns of our good department, the DOT?
Madam Chair, since 2022 and every few months thereafter, we have written and coordinated with DPWH persistently in order to secure funding for new and continuing roads. And the latest of which was our request for 6.2 billion pesos in funding for new roads for 2026. Unfortunately, this did not fall within the priorities of the DPWH, and the DOT, not being the mother agency of these funds, can only do so much. But we do continue to endorse any request for tourism road that is fully vetted by and endorsed by our regions.
Well, Madam Chair, with the former DOTR Secretary Vince Dizon now as the Secretary for DPWH, it's my hope, this representation hopes that the DPWH will provide or give more priority to the requirements and the needs of the DOT. For my next question, Madam Chair, as we've discussed, tourism road infrastructure is at zero funding for next year, and our branding has also been severely reduced, and that our national competitors have largely surpassed their pre-pandemic arrival numbers. Given what it is and given what our NEP is for the Department of Tourism, what specific strategies are in place to be more competitive and to address our concerns when it comes to, obviously, to tourism?
Well, first and foremost, the strategy is to plead with Congress. for more funds. Because the more that you invest in tourism, the more that it will yield for the country, whether it's in terms of arrivals or jobs or contributions to the economy. That being said, we continue to be guided by our National Tourism Development Plan and heavily rely on collaboration between the public and the private sector, whether it pertains to our continued advocacies for investments in tourism infrastructure, expansion of connectivity, the maximization of international and domestic tourism by way of heavy promotions through joint promotion exercises with our domestic and international partners, or coming up with flagship tourism initiatives that ensure that the benefits of tourism are felt across our destinations. These include our Philippine Experience program, our continued investments in dive tourism, gastronomy tourism, film tourism, heritage, wellness, cruise, and the conscious approach towards positioning and reintroducing the Philippines not merely as a one-dimensional destination, but one that covers a full experience for any type of traveler. Given our challenges as far as headwinds are concerned pertaining to markets such as Korea as well as China, we have also made a conscious effort to aggressively pursue opportunity markets such as India, which is why the Philippines is now visa-free for Indian nationals coming into the country. For the first time in many years, there will be a flight from Delhi to Manila beginning October 1. And when we were there in India accompanying the president for his state visit, we had around 13 meetings in one day, consisting of various stakeholders from airline, Bollywood, travel and tour operators, hotel investments, and the like. Since there is a projected demand for hotel rooms at around 456,000 by 2028, we also work very heavily with both TIAZA as well as potential investors and the existing private sector to increase our hotel room capacity across our destinations. And that is guided by our Philippine Hotel Industry Strategic Action Plan, which we produced together with the Philippine Hotel Owners Association.
Now, Madam Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, our contribution to the GDP by the Department of Tourism is about roughly 9%, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And Madam Chair, the proposed 2026 NEP for the department is 3.7 billion pesos.
Yes, yes, Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chair, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the department's budget is not only so relatively small compared to other departments, but I think it accounts for half of 1% or 0.5% of the total budget. I believe this isn't commensurate to the value that, as the good secretary shares, it is a high-yielding economic driver. And the good secretary also mentioned that tourism is not just about leisure, it's about livelihood and about nation building. And as my predecessor, the former Congressman Paul Daza shared, the budget is not just a fiscal allocation, but a strategic investment in our nation's future. So this representation would like it to be known, and I would like it to show on the record that I fully support the Department of Tourism, and it is my hope that we can appeal to this august body that we can not only support our DOT family, but also help increase their budget for what is equitable and I believe correct and right for the investment of our nation's future. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Nico Dizon, for your manifestation. I now give the floor to Deputy Speaker Bambi Amano. Okay. Representative Salvador Plato. Not around. Representative Vice Chair, my fellow Vice Chair Ando Aminal. Around? Okay. How about Representative Gina De Venecia? Here. Vice Chair Edwin Ongchuan? Wala rin. Representative Son Shimura? Wala rin. Representative Roy Loyola? Not here also. Deputy Majority Leader Howard Ginto? Vice Chair Carl Carey? You're recognized.
Good morning, everyone. I want to express my support for increasing the Department of Tourism's budget. The Secretary's statement from last year still resonates with me. Every peso invested in tourism is an investment in our nation's future, the lives of millions of Filipinos. In 2023, the Philippines generated around 760 billion in income from inbound tourism, a 9.04% increase from 697.46 billion. Eastern Visayas also alone contributed 39.33 billion due to effective branding and promotions. The department succeeded with a budget of only 2.6 billion for the fiscal year 2024. The President recognized the importance of tourism branding and promotions by restoring the proposed 500 million budget, which was later reduced to 100 million in the 2025 GAA. I hope this does not happen again. Every province in our country is worth showcasing, and we need the proper branding and promotions, which the DOT is effectively and rigorously doing. The Department of Tourism is doing a great job. Thus, I strongly support not only maintaining but increasing the budget of the Department of Tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Carl Carey. I now recognize Representative Joboy Aquino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Secretary and DOT family. I'll just go straight to the point. No? I'd just like to talk to our regional director, Region 13, if yeah, I seldom see her. Actually, ma'am, iniwan niya to sa akin kahapon. Ang dami. Pero sa trip ito, but I'm only asking for a very minimal, very little amount. No? Sayang lang, hindi kami nagkita. My problem is, again, why only during budget period nakikita akong director namin? This is one thing, it is my fourth term. No? This is one thing I really don't like. Para mang yung pagkailangan ng tulong mo, papakita sa'yo. No? So, sana wag naman ganon. No? Oh, very simple lang yun. Wag lang ganon. Sana nakikita ko rin kahit paano. Thank you, ma'am. That's all.
Thank you very much, Representative Joboy Aquino. I now recognize Representative Javi Benitez.
Madam Chair and Madam Secretary, first of all, I'd like to congratulate the Department of Tourism and the whole tourism family for a job well done, considering all the challenges in terms of in our transportation, in our infrastructure. You have brought in much revenue with about 750 billion, if I'm not mistaken, and has reached pre-pandemic levels. So first I'd like to ask, what is the role of the Department of Tourism when it comes to transportation and infrastructure?
The role of the Department of Tourism is largely limited to advocacy work, considering that the primary mandate to construct and fund tourism infrastructure in general is with the DPWH and with the DOTR as far as transportation is concerned. On the other hand, the TIEZA, being an attached agency of the Department of Tourism, is also working in close collaboration with the Department of Tourism in order that we may be able to provide tourism infrastructure interventions as necessary in the destinations that require it.
Madam Secretary, do you feel that it's unfair at times that when they say that it's primary because of the Department of Tourism, that there's a lack of tourist arrivals in the country?
Well, we accept our role as our country's chief promoter and developer of tourism. But this role is by no means a one that is born only by the DOT. Because for tourism to work and to truly flourish, it does not just require funding, it also requires all the other elements of tourism, from infrastructure to connectivity, to safety and security, to visa facilitation and ease of entry, and many other requirements, all of which are completely outside the mandate of the Department of Tourism.
So, Madam Secretary, how did you and the Department of Tourism make these gains considering those challenges? And very good accomplishments at that.
With very great difficulty, but with much gratitude for the close collaboration that we have had with our fellow government agencies, our local government units, our regional offices, as well as our very, very supportive private sector partners. The work of tourism development is a collaborative one, and we have sought as much as we can to reach our hand of collaboration to as far as it can across our nation in order for tourism to thrive.
Madam Secretary, aside from the tourism infrastructure, I also want to go to the branding, as was mentioned earlier. I always believe that what Mayor Bloomberg once said when he was president of the mayors in the United States of America, he mentioned that for any new administration, you should invest in tourism because it brings in not only the cold cash, but it also invites better branding and promotions for your own locality and your own country. Madam Secretary, tourism is one of our highest multipliers, and each foreign visitor spends over 110,000 on average in a country. Yet, despite this, Madam Secretary, Congress has cut promotions budget from 1.2 billion in 2023 to 200 million in 2024, and further down to just 100 million this year. At the same time, our ASEAN neighbors are outspending us heavily in tourism promotion. So, with only 100 million in promotions, do you believe the department has enough resources in competing in attracting tourists, especially compared to other neighboring ASEAN countries that have high spending in branding and promotions?
No, Madam Chair, the Philippines is at a severe disadvantage.
So, Madam Secretary, given the tourism that brought in a record of 760 billion in receipts in 2024, isn't it a paradox that our branding budget is being cut to just a fraction of that 1%?
Yes, it is.
So if Congress restored your promotions budget, what kind of return of investments could we expect in arrivals and returns? Do you think that not only restoring but certainly increasing will yield enormous benefits for our country?
Yes, for every peso spent on tourism, the return is at 5 pesos and 50 centavos. And for the tourists that come in and around the country, they manage to benefit over 16.4 million Filipinos. And therefore, apart from giving us the opportunity to increase arrivals, increasing tourism investment will also give us the opportunity to increase our economic contribution to our country, as well as the opportunity to provide gainful livelihood to our fellow Filipinos.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'd also like to commend the Department of Tourism as being part of the Tourism Champions Challenge. I believe it was such a great effort that you have done. As a former mayor of Victoria City, we were the fortunate recipient of the Tourism Champions Challenge. I believe not only in the province, but I believe in the region of Negros Island. So I'd like to thank you so much. Thank you for that, including Tiaza. Maraming salamat po. In Victorias, we have seen it certainly positively, and I'd like to thank you for coming to our city. I also want to share that the Negros Island region does not have any budget for tourism in the NEP for 2026. Madam Chair, I'd like to put that on record. Madam Secretary, do you believe that having a budget for tourism for the Negros Island region will benefit the newly created region where I'm from?
Yes. Madam Chair, we wish to clarify that the Department of Tourism actually proposed funding for the Negros Island region, but which was not approved by the DBM. With that, we are sourcing funds from our current year's allocations in order to provide support for NIR.
Thank you so much, Madam Secretary. And I also believe that DBM has approved 15 plantilla positions for DOT. So we're hoping that gets operationalized. I believe the Negros Island region has such great promise and potential. On that note, I'd also like to thank Madam Secretary for fully supporting our Terra Madre. Siguro ipropromote ko na rin dahil nandito na rin tayo. So November 19 to 24, Madam Chair, we will be hosting an Asian slow food movement event, which will bring in the best chefs and mixologists. And I believe that tourism, and international tourism, will put Bacolod not only on a local or domestic food map, but certainly an international one. So I'd like to make sure last two on me. Alam ko medyo
Let's wrap up. Representative Benitez.
Malapit na good afternoon tayo. So I'd like to ask a question on maybe inquire about the present condition of the employees who were displaced from duty-free as a result of its reorganization in 2023. Were all of them paid already, and have they received their due benefits?
Madam Chair, I'd like to yield the floor to the head of agency of Duty Free to answer the question.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you for the question. As to the status of the DFPC restructuring plan, out of the 491 that were separated, 406 of which have been paid already, while the remaining 84 employees were still waiting. They're still waiting for cases that they have a standing CSC appeal, while the others are waiting for the CSC decision on non-placement appeal of colleagues. And lastly, and the remaining 10, they're waiting for the GSIS clearance. Once all those concerns has been addressed, the FPC is fully committed to settle the pending claims of the employees.
Thank you very much, Representative Harvey Benitez.
Sorry, Madam Chair. One last question.
Okay.
Last na. So as the committee chairman of the Special Committee on Creative Industries, Madam Secretary, I have to ask this. Alam natin na yung film tourism and creative tourism, especially sa South Korea, maraming napupuntahan ng mga locations, pati New Zealand for Lord of the Rings. Sa atin domestically, ang dating called Tadhana. Madam Secretary, meron ba tayong key strategies para sa ating film tourism dito sa bansa?
Madam Chair, so vast are the opportunities for film tourism development, and so important is it as a priority of the department that we have actually formed an office of film and sports tourism to focus on this priority program. With that, we are actively pursuing possible investors, producers, and the like for film tourism, ranging from our engagements with producers and filmmakers from Hollywood to our recent engagements with producers from Bollywood. At the same time, we are also working with the Film Development Council of the Philippines, with whom we have a MOA, as well as TIEZA, in order that the Create More Act, which lodges upon TIEZA the mandate to be a tourism investment agency, would provide opportunities for potential investors in film tourism to avail of the benefits of investing in the creative industries in the country, as long as they partner with a local producer. So this is an ongoing facilitation and collaboration on the part of the Department of Tourism.
Okay. Madam Secretary and the DOT family, maraming salamat po. Madam Chair, this representation would like to manifest that the Department of Tourism not only needs its budget restored, but certainly increased for the benefit of our nation. I believe that with what is going on amongst our ASEAN countries, this is a bright spot for the Philippines. So maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Javi Benitez, for your support for the increase of the budget of the Department of Tourism. I now recognize Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Agabas. I now recognize Vice Chair Roger Mercado.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think this is the last interpellation that you will hear, because we will now terminate and approve your budget. So, before the motion will be made, I just would like to thank our chairman, the Honorable Maika Swansing, and our secretary, Cristina Garcia Frasco, and the undersecretaries, the assistant secretaries, the heads of the different agencies under the Department of Tourism, my colleagues, good afternoon. This representation is here and is gathering the courage to speak because of the mandate that our people has given me last election. It would be unfair to our province if I will just be sitting here and without any discussion or sharing of ideas for the benefit of our province and people. So we would like to improve and even increase the income of tourism for our country. It's just a matter of promoting and developing the other areas of our country, ma'am. You know, the secretary is very close to us. My colleague, her mother, Governor and Congresswoman Gwen Garcia is very close to us. And we are mga Bisaya kami. And I was really impressed by the secretary because I was sitting beside at the back in the plane when from Manila to Cebu, and she was with her family. Her son was crying, and the good secretary went to the son and comforted her son. And I feel that, and I can say that the secretary is one woman who has a heart, a good family woman, and the department or even the country is in safe hands with Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco. Ma'am, our vision for Southern Leyte is T. It might be it or it might be ATI. Stands for tourism, environment protection, and agriculture. We believe that we can be empowered, independent, and self-reliant as a province and can contribute to the economy of our country. We are the gateway actually to Mindanao, Southern Leyte. No? There is and we are also the gateway going to Luzon. I would like again to thank the Secretary for visiting us recently in Silago. We are very honored, although I was not there, but I can see from the Facebook that you really tried to help us, ma'am. So, with this vision and considering that we really want to stand on our own, no? We do not want to be a baggage to our country. I just would like to first ask our colleague to increase and help the Secretary of Tourism and the department maintain or even increase the budget of our department. Me as the one of the vice chairman, I will try my best, ma'am, as Bisaya also, since we are all Bisayans here, we are all Filipinos, by the way, we will support. I am always present in every hearing since the start of the budget hearing. I am always present because I want to learn and I want to hear the situation of our different departments. I know that there are departments who has a big budget, but they are just wasting their money. And I know that the Department of Tourism, the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, and other departments which are very important to our people, has only a meager budget. Just imagine 3.3 billion compared to trillions in one department only, 800 billion. So we cannot really ask for more. We just have to help each other. And rest assured, ma'am, that Southern Leyte will contribute and help because we have the Limasawa Island, we are the gateway. We have one of the best diving sites of the world in Pantao, San Francisco, the Sugod Bay. In fact, it was just recently proclaimed by the President last Friday, the Panaon Integrated Seascape, where we protect marine resources and we preserve the corals and the ocean. We are environmentalists. No? Perhaps just try to maybe listen and support our Director Karina Tupis. She's really good and she's trying hard. Kunting push na lang, ma'am.
Representative Mercado, please wrap up.
Yes,
Thank you.
Wala, tapos na bang 5 minutes ko?
Yes, yes.
Uy, ganun ba? Hindi ko alam. I was parang emotional kasi ko. It became passionate. But anyway, ma'am, pareho naman tayo mga Bisaya. Ayaw taon kalimti ang Southern Leyte. And I would like also to thank Dr. Mark Lapid for helping us in our projects, memorial monuments of Magellan in Limasawa and our historical heritage parks in Southern Leyte. We have beautiful churches. Yeah, the Escaños are there. Our cathedrals are very nice, and we are developing our airport. Perhaps you can assign our retirement authority officer as our parang maninong or adopted son. Or you adopt Southern Leyte, sir, because of your experience. I know that your experience is very important, and you should be given the chance to go around the Philippines and see how we can improve our facilities, hotels and resorts. And also, Sir Humapaw, all of you are welcome to Southern Leyte. So, ma'am, regards to Governor and Congresswoman Green, we love you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, fellow Vice Chair Roger Mercado, for your manifestation and support for the budget of the Department of Tourism. May I now recognize fellow Vice Chair Edwin Ongchuan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, good morning to our colleagues here in Congress. To DOT Secretary Cristina Frasco and to the DOT team. Medyo nagulat po ako ngayon lang nung nakita ko si Secretary. Does DOT have an endorser to promote Love Philippines sa department? Actually, hindi na po kailangan. The good secretary herself is the best endorser. Out of respect to our colleague from the 17th Congress, kay Tita Gwen Garcia, who is a close friend of my father, former Congressman Emil Ong, I fully support the programs of DOT. In fact, gusto ko lang po ma-clarify, maibalik sana po yung tourism roads infrastructure program back to DOT. I heard parang napunta po sa DPWH, who is currently encountering certain issues, no, on hand. So sana po the trip program ay maibalik po sa Department of Tourism. And of course, I'm joining my colleague here, the representative from Southern Leyte, in praising our very own RD Karen Tiopes for a job well done. Yun lang po, Madam Chair. My respect to Tita Gwen. Mabuhay po ang DOT. You're in safe hands.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ong Chuan. I now recognize Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Agabas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the DOT family, my dear colleagues, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. So, I am from the 6th District of Pangasinan. Ang aming pong distrito ay 2.5 oras mula Manila hanggang sa aking distrito. So gusto ko lang po introduce ang distrito ko. Marami pong pwedeng puntahan doon. Talagang nakaka-contribute po kami sa economy. Ang summer capital po ng Pangasinan, if not Region 1, ay nasa distrito po namin. Baliko, San Nicolas. Pwede po ninyong i-search sa YouTube o i-Google. So ang temperature po doon, ang climate ay napakalamig. Mas malamig pa sa Baguio. And we can brag, excluding the pollution. So, napakalapit po niya sa T-Plex, so very accessible. Kung ano po nag-grow sa Baguio, nag-grow din po doon. That's in San Nicolas. Pagpunta po natin sa Tayog, siguro po narinig niyo naman po yung Sunflower Park before. So ngayon po, kilala rin siya sa magandang plaza niya. Ngayon, meron din po kaming dipalo sa San Quintin. Last week lang po, this Saturday, meron po na-record na 5,000 in a day na tourist na dumating. So, may man-made at saka may natural na falls po doon. Nandun din po sa distrito ko ang San Roque Dam, the second biggest dam in Asia, the 16th biggest dam in the world. Andun din po ang Asingan, wherein nandun po ang ancestral house ng ating dating presidente, the pride of Pangasinan, former President FBR. So, meron din po yung Balungaw, wherein I think the second, if not the biggest or the longest zip line is located. At nandun din po, if not the biggest in Region 1, na coffee plantation. So meron din kami Umingan, may mga falls din po doon. Meron din po sa Santa Maria, sa Rosales. So, what I mean to say is, napakaganda po ng potential ng aming distrito, considering na napakalapit din po sa Manila. So, Madam Chair, I know, medyo limited po yung pondo po ninyo. Pero kanina po, I discussed my concerns with your ASEC at nagpapasalamat po ako na nag-commit naman po sila. Last week, actually, pinuntahan na po nila. So, sabi ko sa kanila, I take your words. Kasi plano ko pa sanang i-show din sa inyo kanina yung video ng aming distrito. But I know, medyo kulang na po tayo ng oras. So, umaasa po ako. Nangangailangan po kami ng TRA, lalo't-lalo pat. Ang dami po talagang dumarating sa Maliko, sa Dipalo. So, at saka iba pa mga facilities natin na kinakailangan po ang tulong natin. So, gusto po namin talagang maramdaman ang tulong din po ng DOT sa aming distrito. So, again, I will have your words. Kinausap ko po sila lahat. Si Engineer Gregory Oler, si Atty. King Joshua Moyon. Kinausap ko rin po si COO Mark Lapid. Kinausap ko rin po si Asik Ronald, si Asik Glenn. So sabi ko sa kanila, magkikita tayo next budget hearing. Kaya kailangan mag-deliver din kayo sa distrito ko, kaya po sa kanila. So again, congratulations po sa ginagawa ninyo sa DOT. Makakaasa po kayo ang ika-6 na distrito ng Pangasinan, nakasuporta po sa budget ninyo. At kung kinakailangan po ng dagdag, nandito rin po kami nakasuporta sa inyo. Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Agabas. I now recognize Representative Nina Lacson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Department of Tourism family, distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. I would like to go ahead and put on the record right off the bat that I fully support increasing the budget of Department of Tourism. Especially po, I believe, because the more revenue we bring in from tourism, the more we'll be able to help alleviate the tax burden po ng mga Pilipino. So, super important po sa akin to, help the Filipino people. I have three topics question po. The first one is a fun one in regards to food tourism. Based on the NEP, 75 million is allocated po for gastronomy. Can you expand on exactly what po that entails? Kasi currently, right now, the Philippines does not have any Michelin star recognition for our restaurants, and napakasarap po ng food natin. And even the renowned chef Gordon Ramsay even said, he quoted when he visited this earlier this year, na Philippine cuisine is like the Sleeping Beauty of Asia. So I wanted to ask what's included in that gastronomy expenses, and what's the plans for bringing Michelin stars recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gastronomy tourism is now part of the national tourism strategy of our country, as it is clearly identified under the National Tourism Development Plan. And therefore, we've made very concrete efforts to push for gastronomy tourism for the Philippines, beginning with hosting the United Nations Tourism Regional Gastronomy Tourism Forum for Asia and the Pacific in Cebu, which resulted in the endorsement of the Cebu Call to Action on the sustainable development of gastronomy tourism. Shortly, in a few months, we are hosting the Terra Madre Asia Pacific in Bacolod, which will push for sustainable gastronomy tourism development. And we have also made very concrete measures to ensure that the global spotlight on the Philippines is flashed through the arrival of the Michelin Guide. To give you the specifics on the application of the expenditure proposed for gastronomy tourism, I yield the floor to Undersecretary Verna Buensuceso.
Thank you, Secretary, and thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to the Philippine Culinary Guide Selection and Activation Program, this is really part and parcel of our initiative to develop and promote gastronomy tourism in the country. We always say that our food sometimes is our best kept secret, but now it's the time to come out and really promote what we have, the diversity of culinary tourism offerings that we have all across the country. So the idea here is really to amplify the Philippines' culinary excellence and promote the country as a food and gastronomy destination. Our idea is also to promote awareness among our food and gastronomy tourism stakeholders on standards, that will make us world-class and align us with the various culinary destinations of the world. So the idea here is really to launch a culinary guide based on various criteria that make us world-class. And in line with the program for gastronomy tourism, the idea is really to come up with a culinary audit of various destinations that are ready to already be promoted as gastronomy destinations for the country. And the idea is also to come up with a culinary guide selection and activation program. So the idea here is year on year, you will expand the destinations that will be looked into for gastronomy tourism promotion. So this is a program that we are doing, of course, in collaboration with our stakeholders in food and gastronomy tourism industry, and also our regional offices and regional directors, along with other partners in the private sector. Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you po, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my last question po is in regards to educating and learning more about the other regions of the country besides our beautiful beaches, because from my understanding, most of the tourists here coming to the Philippines, what we're recognized for is having one of the best beaches in the world. Correct naman po to, pero napakaganda po lahat ng buong Pilipinas. What Like, for example po, ang mga rice terraces ng Banawe, it's just like the rice terraces in Vietnam. Pero a lot of people don't know about this, and they don't know about the riding culture, the motorcycle culture we have here. I believe there's like a tour you can do from all over all three islands. Pero hindi po ito na-promote. Ang tanong ko po, Madam Chair, is there a campaign or a promotional campaign po on how to bring this out and market it to the rest of the world? I know we have the Love Tour, the Love campaign, and I love the pamphlets. Whoever designed those colorful pamphlets, I really commend them. Pero yes, yun po, Madam Chair, that's my question po.
Thank you. Madam Chair, for the tours all over the country, we have a program for that. Yusek Verna can explain our Philippine experience program started by the Administration Secretary Garcia Frasco, and for our motor tourism, CEO Marga Nograles of TPB can expound on it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Let's yield the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In relation to the diversification of our tourism product offerings and also equalizing opportunities across the different regions of the country, one of the flagship projects that our Tourism Secretary introduced is what we call the Philippine Experience Program. So these are basically culture, heritage, and arts caravans that guide us through the different regions of the country, highlighting our culinary offerings, highlighting culture and heritage offerings, highlighting wellness spots, looking at our indigenous communities, and taking a look at various nature-based cultural heritage destinations. So over the past years, we've been able to visit almost all the regions of the country. We're just lacking 3 more regions for the first round of these offerings. And for us to be able to make sure that this program is adopted, we invite our national tour operators to join us for them to develop the tour packages, and along with online travel agencies like Guide to the Philippines and also Klook. And so if you take a look at their platforms, you will see quite a number of Philippine experience programs that are already being sold. So this is our area. This is the idea, to diversify all these product offerings for tourism and cover the entire sphere of the nation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Lacson. I now recognize Representative Aniela Tolentino. I now recognize Representative Munir Arbison.
Magandang hapon sa lahat. In view of the resolution of the Supreme Court and the EO of the President, EO 91, transferring the province of Sulu to Region 9, may I know from the Secretary if Sulu was already included in your budget?
Madam Chair, we can confirm that given the Supreme Court decision, we did propose to the DBM funding support for Sulu's inclusion in the Region 9 office of the Department of Tourism. However, this proposal was not approved by the DBM.
So, thank you for the information, Madam Secretary. So, in view of this, of non-inclusion of the province of Sulu in the budget of the DOT. This representation would like to manifest that the budget of DOT be increased. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much for your manifestation, Representative Munir Orbison. I now recognize Deputy Majority Leader Howard Gintu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I would like to thank Secretary Frasco for visiting our province last April during our kapistahan together with Marga Nograles and the whole DOT. Thank you for visiting our province. And second, I would like I've been trying to boost the tourism of our province, even the previous Congress. And because of that, I reached out to GM Mark Lapid for the expansion of our airport. And thankfully, I am very thankful to Tiesa and to the whole DOT family for accommodating our funding request for the expansion of the Rojas City Airport. And I believe Tiesa has earmarked already about 190 million for the expansion of the airport, and I'm very, very thankful for that. The expansion of our airport will not just attract more tourists, but it will also improve our economic activity. It will encourage investors that come into that will probably invest in our province. Kasi po tayo, pag bumabiyahe po tayo sa ibang lugar, internationally or locally, pag nagdating po natin sa isang bansa, pag nakita po natin maganda yung airport, ang unang-unang iniisip po natin, progresibo po yung bansa na yon or yung lugar na yon. Kaya nagpapasalamat po ako sa DOT at sa Tiesa. Naniniwala po ako na maging malaking tulong po yung pag-i-improve ng airport namin, no? With that, I am actually manifesting also and hoping na mabigyan natin ng karagdagan budget ang DOT, especially for the improvements of our infrastructure. As nasabi ko nga po kanina, pag na-improve po yung ating mga gateways, hindi lang po ito for the tourism, no? Hindi lang po para sa tourism. It has a very vast ripple effect, no? Ang mga negosyante, not just locally but even abroad, may potentially invest in our provinces. So with that, I would just like to manifest and thank the DOT family and the Tiesa for spearheading the improvement of our Rojas City Airport. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DML Howard Gintu. For the second round of questions, interpellations, I now recognize Representative Rene Co. Not here. Representative Brian Poe. Last but not the least, I now give back the floor to Representative Howard Gintu. He forgot
One
to ask.
question. Actually, this was already raised by our good congressman from Surigao. With the improvement of our airport, of course, we will be encouraging more tourists. Madam Secretary, you mentioned that there are such laws that have been crafted and with partnership with DOTR that will possibly lower the fees or the fare tickets. Is it possible, although you mentioned earlier there's a law already that restricts international or foreign companies to operate domestic routes, is it possible that we may consider bringing in international carriers to operate our domestic routes to create some sort of competition that may entail lowering airport, travel fees or airport, what do they call it, plane fares?
We understand, Madam Chair, that under the confines of the Public Service Act, the primordial requirement is the registration of the Philippines as the primary place of business of the airline carrier. So its ability to operate would be contingent on where it is primarily registered.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for that clarification. Well, I guess we'll just wait for the further talks with the DOTR and the other agencies on how we can perhaps provide a cap on the fares. And I'm also very thankful that you mentioned earlier about publishing the rates and creating some sort of transparency wherein what the rates should be considered depending on peak and off-peak season. So that will really help us explain to our constituents regarding the cost of fare tickets. Kasi nga po nabanggit nga kanina ni Kong, baka po yung iba nag-check, pag na masyado na mahalan, they will just say na, wag na tayong pumunta dyan, mag-Hong Kong na lang tayo, baka mas mura. So malaki pong tulong yun kung makakagawa po tayo ng programa or baka batas if needed that will help us regulate the price of airline tickets. Maraming salamat po ulit, Madam Secretary, and to the DOT family. Thank you.
Thank you very much again, DML Ginto. And last but not the least, I would like to recognize the chair of the Committee on Tourism in the House of Representatives, Representative Eliandro Madrona.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, DOT family. Good afternoon. Alam niyo po, I had been observing previous committee hearings on the appropriation of the Department of Tourism. We were here last year, previous years, and I will be very frank, if not all, everybody among my peers were supportive of increasing the budgets. Nakikita mo po kasi nila yung kakulangan ng budget. I mean, you're making a lot of accomplishment, but yet you're only living or thriving on a very minimal budget. Well, the most that we could do, I will have to be frank, is to propose to the Committee on Appropriations. But, Madam Secretary, most of the questions, if you will note, of our members are regarding tourism, roads leading to tourism, etc., etc. So my question is very simple. As chair of the Committee on Transport of Tourism, do you think that all of these problems that we are encountering, seeking additional funds for the roads, but yet we're not being given the importance, or it's being given, the discretion is given to other departments, could be corrected by amending our Tourism Act of 2009?
Yes, Madam Chair, revisiting the law to ensure that the Department of Tourism is fully equipped with the powers and the resources that it needs to maximize the potential of Philippine tourism is definitely one that we submit for legislative consideration.
Thank you very much for that, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary. So, as I discussed initially with your officers before the this meeting, our committee will be expecting you to submit your proposal. Rest assured that the Committee on Transport of Tourism this time, in conjunction with the Committee of Tourism in the Senate, will work very, very hard and expeditiously to change or rather amend the, well, it's my understanding there's a problem really in the Tourism Act of 2009. We'll do that and fast track it. And of course, as chair of the Committee on Tourism, you have my full support. Whatever we can do to increase your budget, we will push for additional discounts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our chair of the Committee on Tourism, Representative Leandro Madrona. Since we've been here for a few hours now, I would like to suspend the briefing for a few minutes, no? Baka may gustong mag-break muna for a while. This briefing is suspended.
Kami na-counter. Oh. Saglit lang po. Okay. Hindi po na kayo. We'll request po and then we'll let you. Ay, padaan namin sa LDU namin po. Thank you. Yeah, let's sit. We're gonna close it. You said, let's sit. The close. Muna tayo.
Ang drink po, soda.
Hindi na, sir. Thank you.
This budget briefing is hereby resumed. May I now recognize Representative Marlo Bancoro for his interpellation manifestation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, our beautiful Secretary of the DOT, and to the rest of the staff. Madam Chair, I just want to make a manifestation regarding the budget of our region in Zamboanga Peninsula. In the year 2023 po, Madam Chair, our budget is 37,255,000. And in 2024, our budget is 32,126,000. In the year 2025, our budget is 34,302,000. Considering the situation, Madam Chair, that our region has, because of the latest ruling on the Supreme Court, that the province of Sulu is already part of Zamboanga Peninsula. So I believe, Mr. Chair, that it would be prudent and proper that we should increase the budget intended for Region 9, considering that there are already 4 provinces covered in our region. So if the chair will consider that, perhaps we are very much happy for that, Mr. Chair. That's only my manifestation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Bancoro. I would now like to recognize our chair on the Committee on Appropriations, Chairman Mika Swansing.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Det Escudero, and thank you, Vice Chair Escudero, Vice Chair Cocoyap, and of course, the Chairman of the Committee on Tourism, the Honorable Madrona, for facilitating all of these. Medyo staggering po sa amin yung speed by which they were able to go through the 20 interpellators. So it speaks of how well they were able to manage today's budget hearing for the Department of Tourism. So I would like to commend our 2 Vice Chairs as well as the Chair of the Committee on Tourism. Thank you very much po for facilitating the hearing today. To wrap up lang po, before we terminate the hearings, I'd like to, I guess, delve deeper on some of the concerns that were raised during the duration of the budget hearing. So the first po that was raised is the funding for Trip C. So it seems like for the FY 2026 budget, only the continuing projects have been funded and there were no new appropriations that were put in place for Trip C. So before we go ahead and expound further, I'd like to get the confirmation of the Honorable Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco, if that's really the case po. What's the current funding level for Trip C and what are the projects that are currently funded in the FY 2026 NEP or currently GAB po?
Madam Chair, under the 2026 NEP, the amount of 3.5 billion is allocated for continuing roads, but there is zero funding that is allocated for new roads.
So 3.5 billion for continuing and 0 for new roads. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you to the Honorable Secretary. Perhaps we want to understand why this is the case. As we discussed earlier po, I conferred with our good Secretary a while ago as to what's going on. So it seems like the proposals or the list of validated projects have been submitted to the DPWH. And then there were ongoing discussions with DPWH that the funding for Trip C will be lodged within the Department of Tourism for FY 2026. However, that did not materialize. So perhaps to enlighten us on the matter, may I respectfully acknowledge the representative from the Department of Budget and Management who is here with us today, ComSec.
I would like to recognize Ms. Mercedes de la Cruz from the DBM.
Good afternoon po, Madam Chair. I'm Mercy de la Cruz po, from Budget and Management Bureau A.
Ms. De La Cruz, thank you very much for being here today. We're just hoping to be enlightened on the matter. So as per the guidelines, how does it go? Like in terms of the funding for the Trip C? So does the prerogative lie solely with the DPWH as to which projects would be funded and which won't be funded within the Trip C?
Yes, ma'am. The DPWH could, it depends on the prioritization of the DPWH within its budget po.
So it's really funding for the Trip C is pulled from the ceiling of the DPWH. Is that the case?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. So no intervention from DBM, or there are no criteria.
Based on the RA 9593, the DOT must coordinate with the DPWH on the identification of projects to be funded under the TRIP.
So walang commitment as to whether if there's a ratio between continuing appropriations or continuing projects vis-a-vis new projects.
No, ma'am.
So it solely lies with the DPWH, and it's solely the prerogative of DPWH to decide.
DPWH and DOT.
DOT. But as mentioned by Secretary Frasco, they have already reached that agreement that a certain number of new projects will be funded. So that did not materialize po.
Yes, ma'am. As what Secretary Frasco have said a while ago, that we defer to the input or of the DPWH on their prioritization.
Okay, so perhaps, Secretary, given that it hasn't been funded in the current version of the NEP and the GAB, would it be possible to please request the DOT family to please provide the committee with a list of the projects that would need to be funded under the new appropriations, and perhaps if there was some commitment from DPWH as to what level of funding would be placed or lodged within the DOT for Trip C, if you can please annotate the list that you will be sending to us, and better if it's in terms of priority, so ranked in terms of priority. So if we're able to find sufficient fiscal space for it, we know which projects we'll be able to prioritize po.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We fully appreciate the support in terms of funding the new tourism roads, given its vital importance for tourism development. We are also prepared to provide all of the documentary proof that would evince the DPWH's commitment as well as its priority for the TRIP program to be lodged under DOT, all of which was submitted to the DBM for its consideration.
Thank you very much po, Secretary Frasco. So we'll just wait for that list, as well as the additional documentation that you will be sharing with the committee. I believe a lot of our colleagues here today expressed full support for additional funding for Trip C, given that it is a very vital component of really helping the tourism traffic towards our critical tourism sites throughout the country. So, sige po, we'll wait for that po. The second matter that I wanted to expound on is what was raised earlier today with regard to the utilization or the actual disbursement of the CHED allocation under the travel tax revenue distribution. So, as per RA 9593, 40% of the travel tax revenues should go to CHED and must be disbursed for the purpose of tourism-related educational programs. So this was raised earlier today din po, Secretary Frasco. So we'd like to again ask our representative from the DBM, Mr. La Cruz, as to whether you will be able to provide the status on the downloading of the 40% of the travel tax revenues towards SHED, and whether that's really being disbursed for the purpose of tourism-related educational programs.
Pursuant to RA 9593, the travel tax amounting to 1,620 per traveler goes to 50% of that goes to the TIASA, and then 40% of that goes to the CHED, and then the 10% goes to NCAA. Regarding po your question about whether we know the utilization of the 40% from CHED, I apologize for that. We are not the one handling the budget of the CHED, but we will coordinate with them po.
But at least in terms of the downloading, right? The DBM should have visibility on that.
Yes po, ma'am. The bureau handling the CHED, Bureau F, will be the one who knows better than us po. But we will coordinate po with them.
So would you be able to at least enlighten the committee on the amounts that were downloaded to CHED since 2009 when RA 9593 was enacted?
Yes, ma'am. We will be able to submit it, ma'am. We will coordinate with the office in charge of the CHED within DBM po. Because our bureau handles only the Department of Tourism, OSEC, and then the attached agencies.
Yes, we understand, but perhaps the concern that was raised here today is this is a substantial amount. Travel tax revenues amounts to a lot every year, and from 2009, we're talking about 16 years, right? Almost 16 years since its implementation. So if you may please provide the committee that.
Yes, ma'am. We will coordinate po accordingly.
If Secretary Frasco, would you have an idea as to how much this is po?
Madam Chair, TIASA has a record of all of the remittances that they have made to CHED. So if I can yield the floor to GM Mark Lapid of TIASA to provide the information.
GM Lapid, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. For the year, starting year 2013, Madam Chair, up to the present 2024, for the whole year 2024, we were able to remit at least around 23 billion already, Madam Chair. We can give this honorable chair the exact figures, Madam Chair, for a yearly basis that we are remitting to the National Treasury for the share, including the share of the NCCA, Madam Chair, which is the 10% also. We will give you a complete computation, a breakdown of the shares. It's all here, Madam Chair. We'll give you a copy.
Thank you very much, GM Lapid. Just to clarify po, that whole amount, 23 billion, that whole amount was remitted to CHED.
Yes po. It's remitted to the National Treasury, Madam Chair, for the purpose of the CHED, together with the 10% for the NCCA.
Okay.
Yun po.
Together with the 10%. So babawasan po natin to ng 10%?
No, separate po yun, ma'am.
So 23 billion all for CHED?
Yeah, for CHED. For the NCCA, we were able to remit at least around 6 billion po, Madam Chair, for starting 2013 up to 2024.
Thank you very much po, GM Lapid. That's a bit astounding to us here today because perhaps we share the same sentiment. We're not seeing, if there's 23 billion funneled towards SHED for tourism-related programs, we should be seeing a big support for that particular, like I'm not seeing, I guess, the proliferation of tourism graduates or even schools that are offering tourism-related courses or programs. So perhaps, as advised by Vice Chair Escudero, will will definitely field this question to CHED once they're here for their budget deliberations, because this really calls into question where this amount is going. So, yun po siguro. So, those two things lang po, which I wanted to raise today. And we'll wait for that list po from Secretary Frasco for us to be able to see how much we're able to fund given the fiscal space po. Just to share po, but we'll probe Chad further on this. It seems like as of December 31, 2024, there's a balance of 10.4 billion of the amount that was remitted, which was 23 billion. So we just have to delve deeper into this, because the initial information I've been getting is this isn't actually used directly for tourism related programs. So we'll probe further. Everyone's saying yes. So yes, so we'll probe Chad further on this po, because again, we have to make sure, given the oversight functions of Congress, that the laws are implemented based on the spirit and the letter of the laws that are enacted. So, sige po, I think we'll check in po. Given that there are no more members who wish to interpolate the DOT family, the Department of Tourism, may I hear, is there a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair
thank-
Uging Mercado.
Thank you very much. May I move that we terminate the hearing of the Department of Tourism and its attached agencies? I move, Madam Speaker.
Any second?
And corporations.
There is a motion to terminate the budget hearing of the Department of Tourism. It has been moved and seconded. The motion is carried. The budget hearing rather, of the Department of Tourism is hereby terminated. Congratulations po, Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco, and to the DOT family. Thank you very much to our Vice Chair sponsoring DOT, Vice Chair Bernadette Escudero, Vice Chair Coco Yap, and of course to the Chairman of the Committee on Tourism, the Honorable Madrona, and to our members for active participation today. Thank you very much, Secretary Frasco, and to the Department of Tourism family. Thank you very much po. To give way,